Hello everyone, your sleep companion here, bringing you another journey tonight. Before we begin, please like and subscribe to join our sleep community. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift away together. I found a strange excavation site while patrolling as a park ranger. Now something is watching me from the shadows, and I can hear humming when I close my eyes. Journal Entry 1, February 3rd. I never thought I'd be the type to keep a journal, but here I am. 8 years as a park ranger, and I've seen plenty of strange things in the backwoods, but nothing that's kept me up 3 nights in a row like this. My superiors suggested I document everything standard procedure when dealing with anything unusual within park boundaries, but that's not why I'm writing. I need to get this out. Maybe seeing it on paper will help me make sense of what happened. It started with a routine patrol last Monday. We'd received reports of unauthorized camping in the eastern section of the park, the area we call Blackthorn Ridge. It's a remote spot, at least 4 miles from any marked trail, and for good reason. The terrain is treacherous, steep inclines, unstable ground, and several abandoned mining shafts left over from the 1920s. We keep it restricted, but every now and then, some thrill seekers ignore the warnings. What I found wasn't campers. About 2 miles past the no-entry markers, I spotted what appeared to be a metal pole sticking out from the undergrowth. As I approached, I realized it was actually the frame of a collapsible table, the kind you'd see at a medical facility. Nearby was a scatter of equipmenta, portable generator, some kind of monitoring device with cables running into the ground, and several industrial spotlights set up in a rough circle around a depression in the earth. The depression itself was what really caught my attention. Someone had been digging, and recently, the exposed soil was still damp, darker than the surrounding area. At first, I thought I'd stumbled onto an illegal archaeological digway. Get those sometimes, people hunting for Native American artifacts. But this felt different. The hole was roughly circular, about 6 feet in diameter, and went straight down as far as my flashlight could penetrate. I radioed it in and was told to document the site, but not to disturb anything until my supervisor, Ranger Collins, could arrive. So I snapped some photos and started marking the GPS coordinates. That's when I heard it for the first time, a soft, rhythmic humming coming from the hole. I thought it might be wind at first, or maybe the sound of water running through some underground stream. But as I leaned closer, the humming stopped abruptly. I felt a strange pressure in my ears, like the sensation you get when diving deep underwater, only much more intense. Then, just as suddenly, it was gone. Collins arrived about an hour later with 2 other rangers. He immediately cordoned off the area and called in what he referred to as a specialist team. I asked him what he thought the site was, and he said something vague about unauthorized research. But I saw the way his face changed when he looked into that hole. He knew something, or at least suspected something, that he wasn't telling me. We spent the rest of the day securing the area and setting up a temporary surveillance post nearby. As dusk approached, Collins sent the other rangers back to base, but asked me to stay behind for the first watch. He said a replacement would arrive at dawn, and all I had to do was monitor the site and report if anyone returned. "Whatever you do," he said before leaving, "don't go near that hole, especially after dark." I asked him why, but he just shook his head. "Department protocol," he said, though I'd never heard of such a protocol in all my years of service. The night was uneventful for the first few hours. I sat in my truck about 50 yards from the site, occasionally scanning the area with night vision binoculars. Around midnight, the humming started again, louder this time, and with a definite pattern to it. 3 long hums, followed by 2 short ones, then a pause before repeating. I tried to radio Collins, but got only static in return. The humming continued, growing slightly louder, and I felt drawn to it almost against my will. I kept thinking about what might be at the bottom of that hole. The rational part of my mind knew I should stay put, but curiosity is a powerful force when you're alone in the dark. Just as I was about to give in and investigate, my radio crackled to life. It wasn't Collins, but a woman's voice I didn't recognize. "Ranger Davis?" she said, her voice cold and precise. This is Dr. Eliza Weiss from the Environmental Research Division. I understand you've discovered a site of interest in your park. I confirmed this, somewhat surprised. We rarely dealt with the ERD, and never at this hour. I'll be arriving with my team in approximately 40 minutes, she continued. Please maintain your position and do not approach the excavation site. Is that clear? Something in her tone made me uneasy, but I acknowledged her instructions and settled back to wait. The humming continued, and now I noticed the air had become unusually still. No insect sounds, no rustle of leaves, just that rhythmic humming from the darkness. When headlights finally appeared on the service road, I felt an irrational surge of relief. The vehicle that pulled up was unmarked, a large black SUV with tinted windows. 4 people emerged, all wearing dark clothing that wasn't quite a uniform, but had a distinctly official look to it. Dr. Weiss, I presumed, was the tall woman who approached me first. She was middle-aged, with steel gray hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her eyes were sharp and assessing as she extended her hand. "Ranger Davis," she said, not quite asking. "Thank you for your diligence. We'll take it from here." I started to explain what I'd found and heard, but she cut me off with a raised hand. "That won't be necessary. We have your initial report. You're dismissed for the night." I hesitated, feeling oddly reluctant to leave. "Ma'am, I'd be happy to assist your team if—" "That won't be necessary," she repeated, firmer this time. "We'll coordinate with your supervisor if we need further assistance from the Park Service." The others had already moved toward the site, carrying equipment cases and setting up additional lights. One of them, a thin man with round glasses, was operating some kind of handheld device that emitted a soft beeping sound. As the device was pointed toward the hole, the beeping increased in frequency. "Is there something dangerous down there?" I asked, a spike of concern overriding my sense of dismissal. "Should we be evacuating nearby campsites?" Dr. Weiss's expression softened slightly, almost imperceptibly. "Nothing of concern to the general public, Ranger. Just an unusual geological formation we've been tracking. Now, if you'll excuse us." I had no choice but to leave, but as I drove back toward the ranger station, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The humming seemed to follow me, even with the windows closed and the radio on. And when I glanced in my rearview mirror just before rounding a bend, I could have sworn I saw a strange, pulsing light emanating from the site, not the steady beam of their spotlights, but something more organic, like a heartbeat, made visible. I arrived back at the station just before 2 a.m. and found Collins waiting for me, which was unusual given the hour. He asked me a series of oddly specific questions about what I'd seen and heard at the site, particularly about the humming. When I mentioned Dr. Weiss and her team, his face went pale. "Weiss?" he repeated. "You're absolutely sure that was the name?" I confirmed it was, and he immediately went to his office, returning with a tablet. He showed me a photo of a woman blonde, in her early 30s, wearing an ERD badge with the name Dr. Eliza Weiss clearly visible. "Is this who you met tonight?" he asked urgently. I shook my head, explaining that the Dr. Weiss I'd encountered was older, with gray hair. Collins made a call immediately, speaking in hushed tones that I couldn't quite make out. When he hung up, he looked at me with an expression I'd never seen on his face before. Fear. "Davis," he said quietly, "I need you to tell me exactly what those people looked like, and exactly what they did while you were there." I described them as best I could. Dr. Weiss's severe appearance, the thin man with the beeping device, the other two who were more nondescript but moved with an unusual synchronicity. I mentioned the equipment they were unloading and the pulsing light I thought I'd seen. Collins listened intently, occasionally making notes. When I finished, he sat in silence for nearly a minute before speaking again. "The real Dr. Weiss has been dead for 6 months, he said finally. "Car accident on Route 16. Whoever you met tonight, they weren't from the ERD. Journal entry 2, February 4th. I didn't sleep last night. How could I? Collins insisted I stay at the station, away from my cabin near the eastern boundary. He made a series of calls, and around 4 a.m., 2 men in dark suits arrived. They introduced themselves as Agent Mercer and Agent Reed from the Department of Interior's Special Resource Division, a department I'd never heard of in all my years with the Park Service. They interviewed me separately for over 2 hours, going over every detail of what I'd seen and heard at the site. They were particularly interested in the humming sound and my physical reaction to it. Had I felt dizzy? Experienced any unusual thoughts or compulsions? Had I dreamed about the hole or the people I'd encountered? Their questions were unsettling, but what really disturbed me was when Agent Mercer asked if I'd noticed anything unusual about the so-called Dr. Weiss's shadow. I hadn't, and I told him so, but the specificity of the question made my skin crawl. Why would he ask about her shadow? After the interview, they conferred with Collins in his office while I waited outside. I could see them through the window, Collins growing increasingly agitated, gesturing emphatically while the agents maintained their composure. Finally, Collins stormed out, his face flushed with anger. "They're shutting us down," he said, not bothering to lower his voice even though the agents were just behind him. "Entire eastern sector is being placed under federal jurisdiction, effective immediately." "It's a temporary measure, Ranger Collins," Agent Reed said calmly, "for public safety." "And what about my ranger?" Collins demanded. "What about Davis?" Agent Mercer stepped forward, his expression impossible to read. "Ranger Davis will be placed on administrative leave for the time being, with full pay. We'll need him to remain available for further questioning as our investigation progresses." "Investigation of what?" I asked, finding my voice for the first time since their arrival. "What exactly is happening in my park?" There was a moment of silence before Agent Reed answered. "We believe unauthorized individuals have accessed a restricted natural resource in your park. That's all we can disclose at this time." They left shortly after, promising to return in the morning with additional personnel. Collins waited until their car had disappeared down the road before turning to me. "This is bad, Davis," he said quietly. "I've seen this pattern before, about 12 years ago in Yellowstone. They come in, shut everything down, and people start disappearing." "Disappearing?" I repeated, not sure I'd heard him correctly. Collins nodded grimly. "Not literally vanishing, but suddenly transferred, reassigned, or retiring unexpectedly. Anyone who's seen too much." He paused, running a hand through his thinning hair. "Look, I've got a friend at the regional office, someone I trust. I'm going to make a call, see if I can get some real answers. In the meantime, go home and pack a bag. Don't go to your cabinets too close to the eastern sector. Go to a hotel, use cash, and wait for my call." I started to protest, but he cut me off. "This isn't a request, Davis. This is me trying to keep you safe." He scribbled an address on a piece of paper and handed it to me. "If you don't hear from me within 48 hours, go to this address and ask for Margaret. Tell her blackthorn is blooming again. She'll know what it means." I left the station in a daze, my mind racing with questions. Instead of heading toward town, I found myself driving along the perimeter of the eastern sector. I don't know what I expected to see, maybe more unmarked vehicles or personnel setting up a perimeter. But the forest looked peaceful in the early morning light, betraying nothing of the strangeness occurring within. On impulse, I pulled over at one of the maintenance access points, a narrow dirt track barely visible from the main road. I knew I was potentially jeopardizing my career, but I couldn't just walk away. Not without knowing more. The access point allowed me to skirt around the main entrance to the eastern sector, which would likely be guarded by now. The hike was arduous, especially off-trail, but years of patrolling these woods had given me an intimate knowledge of the terrain. After about an hour, I reached a ridge overlooking the site where I'd found the hole. What I saw made me drop to the ground instinctively, my heart pounding. The small clearing had been transformed. A large tent structure now covered the hole, and at least a dozen people in hazmat suits moved purposefully around it. Multiple vehicles were parked nearby, including what looked like a mobile laboratory unit. The perimeter was marked with orange tape and guarded by armed personnel in black uniforms, not park rangers, not police, not any official force I recognized. I took out my binoculars and focused on the tent. It was semi-transparent, and through the material, I could make out bright lights and movement inside. They had some kind of mechanical apparatus positioned over the Holia crane, or lift system, it seemed. As I watched, the mechanism began to raise something from the depths, something large and irregular in shape, covered in a dark tarp. Suddenly, one of the guards looked in my direction. I ducked down immediately, heart racing, but I feared I'd been spotted. I began to retreat, moving as quietly as possible through the underbrush. I hadn't gone more than 20 yards when I heard it again, that same rhythmic humming, but much louder now, and coming from all around me rather than from a single source. The pressure in my ears returned, intensifying until it was almost painful. My vision blurred momentarily, and when it cleared, I saw something that defies rational explanation. Standing about 30 feet away, partially obscured by a large pine, was what appeared to be Dr. Weisser, the woman who had claimed to be Dr. Weiss. She was completely motionless, her face expressionless, staring directly at me. But what made my blood run cold was that she wasn't alone. Behind her, almost like shadows, except fully three-dimensional, were three tall, thin figures. They towered over her, at least 7 feet tall, with elongated limbs and featureless faces. They seemed to be connected to her somehow, moving when she moved, their forms rippling like heat distortion in the air. I froze, afraid even to breathe. The humming grew louder, more insistent, and I felt a strange compulsion to walk toward them. My foot actually moved forward of its own accord before I managed to regain control. That's when I noticed something even more disturbing. The ground around the woman and the shadow figures was wrong. The forest floor seemed to be bubbling slightly, the earth itself becoming unstable. Small stones and twigs rose into the air, hovering a few inches above the ground, then settling back down only to rise again, as if the normal rules of gravity had been temporarily suspended. The woman's mouth opened, but what emerged wasn't a human voice. It was the humming sound, perfectly synchronized with the movements of the shadow figures behind her. And as they hummed, I felt something probing at my mind. Not thoughts exactly, but impressions, visceral and overwhelming. The sensation of falling endlessly into cold darkness, of something vast and patient stirring from ancient slumber, of being watched by countless unseen eyes. I don't remember running. My next clear memory is of being in my truck, driving far too fast down the forest road, my uniform soaked with sweat despite the February chill. I didn't stop until I reached the motel on the outskirts of town that Collins had mentioned, a small, anonymous place where I could pay cash and avoid questions. That's where I am now, writing this down while it's still fresh, still real. My hands won't stop shaking. Every time I close my eyes, I see those shadow figures and feel that terrible falling sensation. And underneath it all, like a subliminal track playing just below consciousness, I keep hearing that rhythmic humming. I've tried calling Collins 3 times, but there's no answer. I don't know what's happening in those woods, or what they pulled out of that hole, but I know it isn't natural. And whatever that woman is, whoever those people are, they aren't from any environmental research division. Journal Entry 3, February 5th. Still no word from Collins. I tried calling the station this morning, only to be told by an unfamiliar voice that the ranger station was temporarily closed due to infrastructure issues, and all inquiries should be directed to the regional office. When I called the regional office, I was informed that Ranger Collins had taken emergency personal leave and would be unreachable for the foreseeable future. I spent most of the day in my motel room, venturing out only once to buy some food and basic supplies. The town seems normal enough, people going about their business, oblivious to what's happening in the park. I considered approaching the local police, but remembered Collins's warning about federal jurisdiction. If the people I encountered have that kind of authority, involving local law enforcement might only make things worse. Around dusk, I decided to drive by Collins' house, just to see if there was any sign of him. His car wasn't in the driveway, but lights were on inside. I parked across the street and watched for nearly an hour, debating whether to approach. Finally, I saw movement through the front window, a figure passing by, silhouetted against the curtains. It was tall and lean, like Collins, but something about the way it moved seemed off, too fluid, almost gliding rather than walking. I was about to approach anyway, when a black SUV identical to the one from the excavation site pulled up to Colin's house. Two people got out, one of them, the thin man with the round glasses I'd seen before. They entered without knocking, using a key. That's when I knew for certain whatever was in Colin's house, it wasn't Colin's. I drove back to the motel in a state of numb panic, my mind racing with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Had they done something to Collins? Was he being held somewhere? Or was that actually him in the house, somehow changed by whatever is happening? The rational part of my mind keeps insisting there must be a logical explanation. Maybe it's a sophisticated environmental survey after all, and the secrecy is due to some endangered species or valuable natural resource. Maybe Collins is involved in the investigation and has to maintain operational security. Maybe the strange woman and her shadow figures were just a hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. But I know what I saw. And more importantly, I know what I felt, that pressure in my ears, that sense of something probing at my mind, that bone-deep knowledge that whatever came out of that hole doesn't belong in our world. I've spent hours researching online, looking for anything similar to what I've experienced. Most of what I found is obvious conspiracy nonsense, but there were a few accounts that chilled me with their similarities, reports of strange humming sounds preceding unexplained disappearances, of people acting oddly before being replaced by what witnesses described as something wearing their skin. One account in particular, from a small mining town in West Virginia in 1953, described workers breaking into an unusual cavern and subsequently experiencing shared hallucinations of elongated shadow people that would appear behind ordinary humans, mimicking their movements. Within a week, half the town had abandoned their homes, and several miners committed suicide in identical ways, all leaving the same message: they're coming up through the dark places. It could be nothing, just folklore and urban legends that my stressed mind is connecting to my own experience. But what if it's not? What if whatever was at the bottom of that hole in Blackthorn Ridge has been encountered before? I'm going to check out of this motel tomorrow. It doesn't feel safe staying in one place too long. Before I leave town, I'll try to find this Margaret person Collins mentioned. It's my only lead at this point. I keep hearing that humming in my dreams. Sometimes, just as I'm drifting off, I feel like there's something standing over my bed, watching me with eyes I can't see but can somehow feel. I've taken to leaving all the lights on, but I don't think it makes a difference. Whatever this is, darkness isn't what it needs to thrive. Journal entry 4, February 6th. I found Margaret. She runs a small bookstore on the outskirts of town, a cluttered place specializing in local history and natural sciences. When I entered, the shop was empty except for an elderly woman behind the counter. I approached and recited the phrase Collins had given me: "Blackthorn is blooming again." Her reaction was immediate and alarming. She went pale, her hands gripping the edge of the counter so tightly her knuckles turned white. Without a word, she walked to the front door, locked it, and turned the open sign to "closed." Then she led me through a beaded curtain into a back room, filled with more books and a small sitting area. "Collins warned me you might come," she said, her voice steady despite her obvious distress. "Sit down, Ranger Davis. We don't have much time." I sat on a worn leather armchair while she rummaged through a filing cabinet, eventually pulling out a thick folder tied with string. She placed it on the coffee table between us. 38 years I've lived in this area," she began, settling into a chair across from me. 38 years watching the patterns, documenting the cycles. Collins is one of the few who ever listened. "Cycles?" I prompted when she fell silent. Margaret nodded, untying the string around the folder. "Every 11 years, almost to the day. Strange lights in the eastern woods. Unusual equipment being moved along the old mining roads. People going missing, then returning. Changed." She looked up at me sharply. "You've seen them, haven't you? The ones with the shadows that don't match." A chill ran down my spine as I nodded. "Yesterday, in the woods, a woman who called herself Dr. Weiss." "There is no Dr. Weiss," Margaret said flatly. "Not anymore." There's just what uses her form now. She opened the folder, revealing newspaper clippings, handwritten notes, and photographs dating back decades. The first documented cycle was in 1947, shortly after they closed the old Blackthorn mine. 4 men vanished while investigating reports of unusual sounds coming from the sealed shaft. 3 returned a week later with no memory of where they'd been. The 4th was never found. She showed me a yellowed newspaper clipping with the headline, "Search for Missing Miner Abandoned. Family Demands Answers." There was a grainy photograph of 3 men standing outside a mine entrance, their faces solemn. "Look at their feet," Margaret said quietly. I peered closer and felt that now familiar chill again. The shadows cast by the men didn't quite match their position. Each shadow seemed elongated, stretched, as if reaching for something just out of frame. "This cycle is different," Margaret continued, showing me more recent documents. "More aggressive. They're not just observing anymore. They're excavating, extracting." "What did you see them bring up from the hole, Ranger Davis?" I described the covered object I'd glimpsed being lifted from the excavation site. Margaret listened intently, her expression growing more troubled with each detail. "It's worse than I feared," she murmured. "They're removing the anchors." "Anchors?" She hesitated, as if weighing how much to tell me. "What do you know about dimensional theory, Ranger Davis?" "Not much," I admitted. "Just what you'd pick up from science fiction." Margaret nodded, seemingly unsurprised. "Imagine our reality as a kind of fabric, stretched, taut, and secured at certain points anchors that maintain the integrity of our dimensional space. The miners of Blackthorn didn't just dig for coal and iron. They found something else, something older. They called them black stones in their journal objects that seemed to absorb light and sound, that made compass needles spin and watches run backward." She pulled out a small sketch from the folder, rough drawing of an irregular, crystalline object with strange markings along its surface. "The company ordered the stones sealed away, buried deep in the closed sections of the mine. But every 11 years, something reaches for them. And each time, it gets a little closer to pulling them free." She looked at me intently. "If what you saw was one of these stones being removed, then the cycle is accelerating. They've never been able to extract an anchor before." I wanted to dismiss it all as the ramblings of a conspiracy theorist, but after what I'd seen, I couldn't. It aligned too perfectly with my experience, the humming, the shadow figures, the strange behavior of supposed federal agents. "What about Collins?" I asked. "Have you heard from him?" Margaret shook her head grimly. "No, and I don't expect to. If they visited his home as you described, then Collins is either gone or compromised." "Compromised how?" She didn't answer directly, instead showing me a photograph from what appeared to be the 1907 Tiza group of park rangers standing in front of the station. All looked normal except one, whose features seemed slightly blurred, as if he were moving when the picture was taken. Yet his body was perfectly still. Only his face showed that strange distortion. "They can wear us," Margaret said softly. "Not perfectly. Not at first. It takes them time to learn how to move correctly, how to mimic our expressions and mannerisms. The shadows are always the giveaway. They can copy our forms, but not how light interacts with us. That's why they prefer to operate at night or in low light." "But what are they?" I pressed. "And what do they want?" Margaret closed the folder, retying the string with practiced movements. "I don't know what they are. Not really. Entities from somewhere else. Somewhere adjacent to our reality, but not part of it. As for what they want," she hesitated. "I think they want what most invasive species want. New territory. And we're in their way." She stood suddenly, moving to a bookshelf where she retrieved a small wooden box. "Take this," she said, handing it to me. It belonged to one of the original miners who survived the first encounter. He claimed it offered some protection. The box contained a simple pendanta, small rough stone of deepest black, wrapped in copper wire and suspended on a leather cord. Despite its dark color, the stone seemed to reflect no light at all, appearing more like a hole in space than a physical object. "It's a fragment," Margaret explained, "broken from one of the larger anchor stones. It seems to disrupt their ability to perceive whoever carries it. Not completely, but enough to give you an edge if you're careful. I took the pendant hesitantly, half expecting it to feel unusual in some way, but it was just cool stone against my palm. As I slipped it over my head, Margaret continued. There's someone else you should talk to, Harold Erickson. He was a geologist with the survey team in 1980 during another cycle. He managed to document more than most before they got to him. He lives in a cabin about 20 miles north of here, off the old logging road. Keeps to himself these days. She wrote down directions and handed them to me. Be careful, though. Last I heard, he wasn't entirely stable. And what should I do after I speak with him? I asked, suddenly overwhelmed by the scale of what I was facing. Margaret's expression softened slightly. That depends on what you learn. But understand this, Ranger Davis. You can't fight them directly. Not those that have already crossed over. Your only hope is to reseal what they've opened, to replace the anchor they've taken. A knock at the front door of the shop made us both tense. Margaret gestured for me to stay quiet as she moved to a window, carefully peering out through the blinds. Black SUV, she whispered. 2 men in suits. My heart began to race. The same ones from the site? I can't tell, but we can't risk it. She moved quickly to a back door, unlocking it and checking the alley beyond. Go now. Take my car. She pressed keys into my hand. Gray Honda, end of the alley. I'll delay them. What will you tell them? I asked, suddenly concerned for her safety. Margaret gave me a grim smile. I've been avoiding them for decades, Ranger Davis. I know how to handle their questions. She reached out and adjusted the pendant around my neck. Keep this with you at all times. And remember, they're drawn to fear. They can sense it somehow. Stay calm, stay focused, and trust no one whose shadow you haven't verified in full daylight. With that final warning, she ushered me out the back door and into the alley. I heard her lock it behind me, and by the time I reached her car, I could see 2 men entering the front of the bookstore. I drove north, following her directions to Harold Erickson's cabin, the pendant a strange weight against my chest. The humming had stopped since I put it on, but I didn't know if that was because the stone actually worked or because they had simply stopped trying to find me that way. Either way, I knew I couldn't keep running blindly. I needed information, a better understanding of what I was dealing with. And apparently, this reclusive geologist was my best hope of getting it. The road to Erickson's cabin wound through increasingly remote terrain, the pavement eventually giving way to gravel, then to packed dirt. Night was falling, and as the shadows lengthened around me, I couldn't help but inspect each one closely, watching for any unnatural movement or distortion. As I drove deeper into the wilderness, a disturbing thought occurred to me. What if Margaret was one of them? What if this pendant wasn't protection, but a tracking device? What if she was sending me directly into a trap? But I had no other options, no other leads to follow. Collins was gone, the park was under unknown jurisdiction, and I was possibly a fugitive from federal agents, real or otherwise. All I could do was move forward and hope that somewhere ahead, answers awaited. Journal Entry 5, February 7th. Erickson is dead, but he left something behind, something important. I reached his cabin just after nightfall yesterday. It was exactly where Margaret had said it would be, small, weathered structure set back from the logging road, nearly hidden among the pines. There were no lights visible from the outside and no vehicle parked nearby. I approached cautiously, the pendant heavy against my sternum. The front door was ajar, which immediately set off alarms in my mind. I called out Erickson's name but received no response. Drawing my flashlight, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. The cabin consisted of a single large room with a small kitchenette in one corner and a sleeping area in another. What dominated the space, however, were the walls every inch covered with papers, maps, photographs, and hurried scrawls of handwriting. Red string connected various documents in a complex web that seemed to radiate outward from a central map of Blackthorn Ridge. But what caught my attention first was the smell, metallic and thick in the air. Blood. A substantial amount of it, dried brown-black on the wooden floorboards near a desk in the center of the room. The chair was overturned, and a trail of smeared blood led toward a closed door I assumed was the bathroom. I hesitated, my hand instinctively going to the pendant Margaret had given me. The silence in the cabin was absolute tenor humming. No movement, nothing to indicate anyone was still present. Finally, steeling myself, I crossed to the closed door and pushed it open. Erickson, or what remained of him, was slumped against the bathtub. His throat had been cut, the wound jagged and deep. His eyes were open, staring sightlessly at the ceiling, and his right hand was curled around something small and dark. His left arm was extended outward, finger pointing to the bathtub, which was filled with what looked like thick, black mud. I forced myself to approach, carefully uncurling his stiff fingers to reveal what he had been holding. A small voice recorder, the kind journalists use for interviews. I pocketed it and turned my attention to the bathtub. The substance inside wasn't mud, as I'd first thought, but thousands of tiny black seeds or spores floating in what appeared to be ordinary water. Written on the white porcelain in what could only be Erickson's blood were the words, "They grow from this." I backed out of the bathroom, fighting down nausea and panic. Whatever had happened here, it was clear Erickson had used his final moments to leave a message. I needed to understand what he was trying to tell me. Returning to the main room, I began to examine the material on the walls more carefully. The central map showed Blackthorn Ridge and the surrounding forest, with a dozen red X's marking locations throughout the area. Each X was labeled with a Dayton 1947, 1958, 1969, 1980, 1991, 2002, 2013, and most recently, 2024. The pattern Margaret had described, every 11 years. Surrounding the map were geological surveys, newspaper clippings similar to those Margaret had shown me, and pages filled with Erickson's increasingly frantic handwriting. I began to read, struggling at times to decipher his chaotic scrawl. The stones are not inanimate objects, but dormant organisms. They absorb radiation at a quantum level, creating microfractures in space-time. These fractures allow passage of extra-dimensional matter spores, perhaps, or seeds which germinate in our dimension under specific conditions. Another section read, "Shadow entities are not the invaders, but their tools extensions projected through the dimensional fractures, anchored to human hosts. The host remains conscious, but unable to resist, while the shadow entity manipulates their physical form. Prolonged possession results in cellular degradation. The human body literally begins to decay while still animated." Near the desk, I found more recent notes, dated just 2 days ago. They're accelerating the cycle. Removing the anchor stone will destabilize the entire region, allowing a full breach rather than the limited incursions of previous cycles. Must warn, Davis Margaret says he's seen them. May already be too late. My own name, written in Erickson's hand, sent a chill through me. How had he known I was coming? Had Margaret contacted him after I left? Or had she been planning to send me here all along? I turned my attention to the voice recorder I'd taken from Erickson's hand. Pressing play, I heard a series of clicks, and then Erickson's voice, tense and breathless. "February 6th, approximately 4:30 p.m. They found me. Don't know how. Been careful. So careful. But they're outside now. I don't have much time. Davis. If you're hearing this, Margaret said you might come. The pendant she gave you isn't just protection. It's a key. The fragments resonate with the larger stones, can help locate them. That's why they want them all back. Why they've hunted down every piece over the decades. The anchor stone they removed from Blackthorn is not the only one. There are 3 more, still buried deep. The map shows where. You need to find." There was a crash in the background, followed by footsteps. Erickson's voice became more urgent, almost a whisper. "No time. Listen carefully. The spores in the tub, they're immature, pre-germination. In water, they stay dormant. But in blood, in living tissue, they grow. That's how they spread, how they create new hosts. The shadow figures can't maintain their connection without a constant supply of..." Another crash. louder this time, then what sounded like a door splintering. They're here. Remember, the stones must be kept apart. If all 4 anchors are removed, the barrier fails completely, and they, God, no, please. Ericsson's voice cut off in a choked gurgle, followed by a wet, tearing sound that made my stomach turn. There was silence for several seconds, and then, faintly, that now familiar rhythmic humming. The recording ended. I stood in the middle of the blood-stained cabin, the recorder clutched in my trembling hand, trying to process what I'd heard. Ericsson had been murdered, likely by the same entities I'd encountered, and, with his dying breath, he'd tried to provide me with crucial information. The anchor stones, the map, the spores. It all connected somehow to what was happening at Blackthorn Ridge, and now I was the only one who knew. I turned back to the map, studying the marked locations more carefully. The X, labeled 2024, was exactly where I'd found the excavation site. The others were scattered throughout the forest, some near old mining entrances, others in seemingly random locations. If Ericsson was right, there were 3 more stones still buried, still acting as anchors for whatever barrier kept our dimension separate from whatever lay beyond. Working quickly, I used my phone to photograph every document on the walls, making sure to capture the map in particular detail. Then I turned my attention to the bathtub and its disturbing contents. If what Ericsson said was true, these spores were what the entities used to spread, to create new hosts, evidence that might help others understand what we were facing. I searched the cabin until I found some empty mason jars in a kitchen cupboard. Carefully, I scooped some of the spore-filled water into a jar and sealed it tightly. I wasn't sure what I would do with it yet, but it seemed too important to leave behind. As I worked, I became aware of a growing unease, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. The cabin was still silent, but somehow it felt less empty than before, as if I was being observed. I turned quickly, shining my flashlight into the darkened corners, but saw nothing. Then I noticed the shadow cast by the desk lamp, my own shadow, stretched across the floor, except it wasn't moving quite in sync with me. There was a slight delay, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable once I'd noticed it. I touched the pendant reflexively, and immediately the shadow snapped back into perfect alignment with my movements. Heart pounding, I gathered the last of what I needed: Ericsson's journal, the voice recorder, the jar of spores, and a small box of what appeared to be research materials, and made for the door. Outside, the night was unnaturally still. No wind, no animal sounds, not even the distant rustle of leaves. I hurried to Margaret's car, constantly glancing over my shoulder, checking my shadow against the beam of my flashlight. It remained normal, moving as it should, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, watching from just beyond the reach of the light. I drove through the night, no clear destination in mind except away. As the miles passed, I tried to organize my thoughts, to make sense of everything I'd learned. The entities from another dimension, using shadow extensions to manipulate human hosts. The anchor stones that somehow maintained a barrier between worlds. The 11-year cycle that was now accelerating, threatening a full breach. By dawn, I had reached a small town I didn't recognize, about 100 miles from Blackthorn Ridge. I found a motel, paid cash for a room, and collapsed onto the bed, exhaustion finally overcoming my fear. But even in sleep, I found no peace. I dreamed of the hole in Blackthorn Ridge, except in the dream, it was vasta, gaping maw in the earth that stretched for miles. From its depths rose a forest of writhing, shadowy tendrils, each one tipped with a human face, frozen in a silent scream. And winding through it all, binding the shadows to their human masks, were veins of gleaming black stone, pulsing with an otherworldly light. I awoke with a gasp, drenched in sweat despite the room's chill. Outside, the sun was high. I'd slept well into the afternoon. My first thought was to check the pendant, ensuring it was still around my neck. My second was to pull out my phone and review the photos I'd taken of Ericsson's research. The images were gone, every single one, deleted from my gallery. In their place was a single photo I hadn't taken a close-up of what appeared to be the anchor stone being lifted from the hole at Blackthorn Ridge, its surface covered in complex, swirling patterns that seemed to shift even in the still image. And below it, a text message from Collins's number, "Where are you?" Journal entry 6, February 8th. I didn't respond to the text. I couldn't be sure it was really Collins. And even if it was, I couldn't trust that he hadn't been compromised. Instead, I turned off my phone completely and removed the battery for good measure. If they could delete my photos remotely, they might be able to track the phone's location as well. Without the photos, I had to rely on my memory of Erickson's research and the physical evidence I'd managed to salvage: the voice recorder, the jar of spores, and his journal. I spent hours poring over the journal, but much of it was written in a kind of shorthand that I couldn't fully decipher. Still, certain passages stood out with alarming clarity. The entities cannot fully manifest in our dimension without an organic host. The shadow forms are merely projections, echoes of their true nature. They require the anchor stones to stabilize the connection between dimensions, but even with the stones, they can only maintain projection for short periods without a host. And later, the 11-year cycle corresponds to a period of dimensional alignment like an eclipse, when the barriers naturally thin. During these periods, they can extend their influence further, affecting more hosts, gathering more information. They're patient, they're learning. The most disturbing entry was the last, dated February 5, just a day before his death. Margaret's ranger arrived at Blackthorn. Too late. They already have the first stone. Only 3 remain to maintain the barrier. Their influence is spreading exponentially with each compromised host. The shadows are becoming more visible, more tangible. Soon, they won't need human vessels at all. I closed the journal, my hands shaking. The implications were clear. The entity known as Dr. Weiss and her team had successfully removed one of the 4 anchor stones that had been keeping their dimension separate from ours. With that stone gone, their influence was growing stronger, allowing them to possess more hosts to spread their spores more effectively. And they weren't done. According to Erickson, there were 3 more stones still buried in the forest around Blackthorn Ridge. If all 4 were removed, I thought about Collins, about the figure I'd seen moving in his house. Had he been compromised, turned into a host for one of the shadow entities? And what about Margaret? Was she still safe? Or had they gotten to her as well after I left her bookstore? I needed to go back to Blackthorn Ridge, back to the excavation site. I needed to find the remaining anchor stones before they did, to protect them somehow. But I couldn't do it alone. I needed help, someone I could trust. The pendant Margaret had given me seemed to offer some protection against the entity's influence. I wondered if there were others who had similar protection, others who had encountered the entities and survived. Erickson's journal mentioned a group Hay called them the Vigilant, who had been monitoring the 11-year cycles since the 1960s. He didn't give names or locations, but he did mention that they communicated through classified ads in small-town newspapers, using a specific code phrase, "Blackthorn blooms in shadow." It wasn't much to go on, but it was something. I gathered my meager belongings, checked out of the motel, and drove to the nearest public library. There, I used their computers to search archived newspapers from towns surrounding Blackthorn Ridge, looking for that specific phrase in the classifieds. It took hours, but finally, in a paper from just 3 weeks ago, I found it. Blackthorn blooms in shadow. Seekers of light meet at the old crossroads. February 9th, midnight. Bring proof of clear sight. Tomorrow night. The old crossroads could only refer to Crossroads Junction, an abandoned trading post about 30 miles from Blackthorn Ridge. And proof of clear sight, perhaps something to show I could see the shadow, entities for what they were? It was a risk, of course. The ad could be a trap, set by the entities themselves to catch people like me who knew too much. But I was running out of options and time. If the entities were accelerating their plans, every day mattered. I spent the rest of the day preparing as best I could. I bought supplies, food, water, a better flashlight, extra battery sand, a prepaid cell phone that couldn't be easily traced. I also purchased a small digital camera, hoping to document what I found. If my phone photos could be remotely deleted, perhaps physical storage would be more secure. As dusk approached, I found myself checking shadows obsessively my own, those of people passing by, even the shadows cast by inanimate objects. The pendant seemed to be working. I hadn't heard the humming since putting it on, and my own shadow remained perfectly synchronized with my movements. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, tracked somehow. I drove aimlessly until nightfall, never staying in one place too long, constantly checking my rearview mirror for black SUVs or other signs of pursuit. Finally, I pulled into a truck stop about 40 miles from Crossroads Junction, planning to rest for a few hours before the midnight meeting. As I sat in the brightly lit diner, nursing a cup of coffee, I noticed a trucker at the counter watching me in the reflection of the window. There was nothing immediately suspicious about him. Middle-aged, heavy-set, dressed in typical work clothes, but something about the intensity of his gaze made me uneasy. I was considering leaving when he stood up, paid his bill, and walked directly to my table. "You're one of them, aren't you?" he said without preamble, his voice low. "One of the ones who can see." I tensed, ready to run if necessary, my hand going instinctively to the pendant beneath my shirt. "See what?" I replied cautiously. The trucker glanced around, then sat down across from me uninvited. "The shadows," he whispered. "The ones that don't match. Been seeing them all my life, but it's gotten worse lately. Way worse." He pushed up his sleeve, revealing a crude tattoo on his forearm. Simple rendition of the same black stone design as my pendant. "My grandfather gave me this," he continued, tapping the tattoo. "Said it would protect me from the hollow men. Never knew what he meant till about a week ago, when I was driving near Blackthorn Ridge and saw." He trailed off, shaking his head as if unable to describe what he'd witnessed. "What's your name?" I asked, still wary but increasingly convinced he was genuine. "Frank Donovan," he replied. "Long-haul driver, 23 years. You?" "Davis," I said, offering no further details. "What exactly did you see near Blackthorn Ridge, Frank?" He leaned closer, his voice dropping even lower. "Was making a delivery to that research station they set up near the park entrance. Big government contract, lots of specialized equipment. But when I got there, middle of the night, I saw people, I guess you'd call them, moving in and out of the woods, except they weren't right. They're shadows." He made a stretching motion with his hands, and some of them, their faces would slip just for a second, like a bad TV signal. Frank took a sip of his coffee, his hand trembling slightly. "Then I heard it, that humming, like it was coming from inside my head. Started getting these urges. Wanted to go into the woods toward whatever was making that sound. Almost did, too, until I touched this." He tapped his tattoo again. "Snapped me right out of it. I dropped the delivery and got the hell out of there." I studied him carefully, looking for any sign of deception. His fear seemed genuine, his description of the humming and its effects matching my own experience exactly. And the tattoo, it couldn't be coincidence that it matched the pendant Margaret had given me. "Have you heard of a group called the Vigilant?" I asked. Frank nodded slowly. "My grandfather mentioned them. Said they've been fighting these things since they first showed up. You with them?" "No," I admitted, "but I'm trying to find them. There's supposedly a meeting tomorrow night at Crossroads Junction." Frank's eyes widened. "That's not far from here. I could take you, if you want. Got my rig parked out back, and I'm headed that direction anyway." I hesitated, weighing the risk of trusting this stranger against the potential benefit of having an ally. "Why would you help me?" I asked bluntly. He rolled up his sleeve further, revealing a series of scars on his upper arm, 4 parallel lines, like claw marks. "Because these things took my brother in 91, during the last big, whatever you call it, cycle, event, I don't know. He went hiking near Blackthorn, came back different, wouldn't talk, barely ate. Then one night, he tried to drag me into the woods. When I fought back, he'd changed. His arms stretched, his face just opened up." Frank's voice cracked. "I got away, but just barely. Been carrying this guilt for 30 years, wondering if I could have saved him somehow." His story rang true, aligning with what I'd learned about the 11-year cycles, and there was something in his I saw haunted look I recognized, because I'd seen it in my own reflection. "All right," I said after a long moment. "We'll go together, but I need to be sure you're you." I tapped my own pendant through my shirt. "These seem to keep us safe, but I need to be certain." Frank nodded in understanding. "Fair enough. Full daylight test? Shadow check?" "Tomorrow morning," I agreed, before we head to the meeting. We spent the next few hours sharing what we knew my experiences at Blackthorn Ridge and Erickson's cabin, his stories of strange sightings along trucking routes near the park. He had less concrete information than I did, but his observations over the years painted a disturbing picture of gradual infiltration, of shadow entities slowly establishing a presence in the area. "It's like they're building something," Frank said as the night grew late. "Infrastructure, almost. That research station, it didn't exist 6 months ago. Now it's a permanent installation, with guards and fences and satellite dishes pointed at nothing in particular." I thought about the tent over the excavation site, the equipment they brought in. "They're getting ready for something bigger," I murmured. "The full breach Erickson mentioned." By mutual agreement, we decided to sleep in shift zone of us always keeping watch while the other rested. I took the first watch, sitting in the passenger seat of Frank's truck, with the jar of spores carefully placed on the dashboard where I could observe it. In the harsh illumination of the truck stop's floodlights, the spores appeared almost ordinary-like, tiny black seeds floating in cloudy water. But occasionally, when the light hit them just right, I could see a faint iridescence on their surface, an unnatural shimmer that seemed to vibrate at the edge of perception. I found myself wondering what would happen if they were released, if they found their way into living tissue as Erickson had described. How quickly would they grow? How would it feel to be colonized from within, to feel your body becoming a vessel for something alien? The thought made me shudder, and I forced my attention elsewhere, focusing instead on the journal I'd taken from Erickson's cabin. Some passages remained indecipherable, but others took on new meaning in light of what I'd learned. The stones aren't merely anchors, they're components of a larger mechanism, a dimensional lock established eons before human civilization. Who built it? Why? The patterns suggest a level of mathematical understanding far beyond our current science. And later, communication with the entities is possible but dangerous. Their concept of reality is fundamentally different from ours. Time, space, causality, these mean something else to them. When they speak through their hosts, the meaning is often distorted, filtered through human perception into something we can comprehend. The most troubling entry was near the end. They're not invading, they're returning. This was their world once, long ago. They were expelled, banished by the builders of the anchor stones. Now they want it back. I must have dozed off despite my intention to stay awake, because the next thing I knew, Frank was shaking me gently. Sunlight streamed through the truck's windows, and the parking lot was bustling with morning activity. "Time for our test," Frank said grimly. We stepped out into the bright February sunlight, standing face to face in the open. I studied Frank's shadow carefully. It matched his movements precisely, with no distortion or delay. He did the same with mine, nodding in satisfaction when he found nothing amiss. "You're clean," he declared, "and so am I, far as I can tell." With that mutual confirmation, we set out toward Crossroads Junction, Frank driving while I continued studying Erickson's journal. The day passed uneventfully, and by late afternoon, we had reached the vicinity of the abandoned trading post. We decided to scout the location before the meeting, parking Frank's truck about a mile away and approaching on foot through the dense forest. Crossroads Junction had once been a thriving waypoint for travelers, but it had been abandoned decades ago when the main highway was rerouted. All that remained was a dilapidated general store, a collapsed gas station, and a small cluster of outbuildings, all slowly being reclaimed by nature. We observed from a distance until dusk, seeing no sign of activity. No vehicles approached, no lights appeared in the windows, nothing to indicate that anyone else was expected. "Maybe we're early," Frank suggested as night fell. Or maybe it's a different crossroads entirely. I was beginning to think we'd misinterpreted the message when a faint light appeared in one of the outbuildings, not electric, but the warm glow of a lantern or candle. Moments later, a figure emerged, moving cautiously toward the main building. Then another appeared from a different direction, and another. They were converging on the junction from all sides, appearing from the forest like ghosts, each carrying a small light. I counted 7 figures in total, moving silently toward the central structure. "That's them," I whispered to Frank. "The Vigilant." We waited until all the figures had entered the building before approaching ourselves. At the door, we were met by a tall, lean man holding a revolver casually at his side. "Proof of clear sight?" he demanded, his voice flat. I showed him the pendant. Frank rolled up his sleeve to display his tattoo. The man examined both carefully, then stepped aside to let us enter. The interior of the abandoned store had been cleared of debris and arranged in a rough circle of chairs and benches. The 7 figures were already seated, each holding a lantern that cast elongated shadows against the walls. Their faces were solemn, watchful as we entered. Among them, to my shock, was Margaret, the bookstore owner, who had given me the pendant. She showed no surprise at seeing me, merely nodding in recognition. "You made it," she said simply. "Good. We feared Erickson's death might have left you without direction." "You knew he was dead?" I asked, suddenly wary. "How?" "Because we found his body," replied an older man with a weathered face and white beard. "After you left, we gave him a proper burial, one that would ensure he couldn't be used." The implications of that statement hung heavy in the air. Before I could ask what he meant, Margaret spoke again. "This is Davis, the ranger I told you about. And," she looked at Frank questioningly. "Frank Donovan," he supplied. "Long-haul trucker. Lost my brother to these things in '91. There were murmurs of sympathy around the circle. The man with the revolver who had taken a seat by the door, his weapon now holstered but clearly accessible, introduced himself as James. The others gave only first names: Anna, Chen, Rodrigo, Sarah, Thomas, and of course, Margaret. "We are what remains of the Vigilant in this region," James explained. "Once, we numbered in the dozens, with cells across the country, but over the decades, many have been taken. Others simply gave up. It's not easy, living with this knowledge, constantly watching for signs, never knowing who to trust." "Tell us what you know," Margaret urged me. "Everything you've learned since we last spoke." I recounted my discoveries at Erickson's cabinth journal, the voice recorder, the jar of spores I now carried carefully in my backpack. I explained about the 4 anchor stones, how one had already been removed, and how the entities seemed to be accelerating their cycle. As I spoke, I noticed the others exchanging glances, their expressions growing increasingly grim. When I finished, there was a long silence. Finally, Chen, a middle-aged man with wire-rimmed glasses, broke the silence. "The patterns match our observations. Increased sightings, more compromised hosts, greater shadow activity even outside the usual cycle. They're preparing for a full-scale incursion. The question is why now?" Sarah added. She was younger than the others, perhaps in her early 30s, with sharp eyes that seemed to miss nothing. Why accelerate the cycle after all these years of patience? "Something's changed," Margaret said, looking directly at me. "Something about this ranger and his discovery of the excavation site has altered their timeline." All eyes turned to me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "I just stumbled onto it," I protested. "I was responding to a noise complaint, that's all." "Nothing happens by chance with these entities," Thomas said softly. He was an elderly man, his hands gnarled with arthritis, but his voice steady. "They've been playing a long game, moving pieces into position for decades. If you found that site, it's because you were meant to." "Or because someone led him there," Frank interjected. "The noise complaint, who made it?" I tried to remember the details from that first day, which now seemed like a lifetime ago. A neighbor reported construction noise, then later called back about what sounded like a domestic disturbance. "And this neighbor," James pressed, "did you speak with them directly? See them face to face?" I nodded slowly, recalling the worried woman who had met me outside her house. Yes, both before and after I visited the excavation site, she seemed genuinely concerned. And her shadow? Sarah asked intently. Did you notice anything unusual about it? The question caught me off guard. I hadn't been looking for shadow discrepancies then, hadn't known what signs to watch for. I don't remember, I admitted. It was daytime, bright sunlight. I wasn't paying attention to shadows. Margaret leaned forward. It could have been a lure, a way to ensure someone with authority, a park ranger, discovered the site at precisely the right moment. The question is why they would want that. Unless, Chen began, then stopped, his expression troubled. Unless what? Frank prompted. Chen glanced at the others before continuing hesitantly. Unless they wanted someone to spread the word, to create panic, draw attention. The more people who know, the more potential hosts they can access. A cold weight settled in my stomach. Had I been an unwitting part of their plan? By reporting what I'd seen, by seeking answers, had I somehow helped them? No, James said firmly, as if reading my thoughts. Knowledge is our only weapon against them. Secrecy serves their purposes, not ours. He turned to address the group. The immediate priority is clear. We must locate and secure the remaining anchor stones before they can be removed. And if we're too late? Thomas asked quietly. If they've already taken more? James's expression hardened. Then we fall back to the contingency plan. Reset the cycle, whatever the cost. The phrase hung ominously in the air. Before I could ask what it meant, a sharp crack echoed from outside, a branch breaking underfoot. In an instant, all lanterns were extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. I heard the soft click of James's revolver being cocked, felt Frank tense beside me. Nobody move, James whispered. Nobody speak. We froze in the darkness, straining to hear. For several long moments, there was silence. Then, faintly at first, but growing stronger, the rhythmic humming began. They found us, Margaret breathed. How? I thought of my cell phone, which I'd dismantled, of the precautions we'd taken. Then a terrible possibility occurred to Meath jar of spores. Could they somehow track their own biological material? Before I could voice this concern, the humming intensified, and with it came that now familiar pressure in my ears, the sensation of something probing at the edges of my mind. The pendants, James hissed. Touch them. Focus on them. I clutched the pendant through my shirt, feeling it grow warm against my palm. The mental pressure receded slightly, but the humming continued, now seeming to come from all directions at once. Suddenly, the front door burst open, splintering on its hinges. Silhouetted against the night sky was a figure that initially appeared human, but moved with an unnatural fluidity, as if its joints weren't quite where they should be. James fired without hesitation, the muzzle flash briefly illuminating the room and the intruder. I caught a glimpse of a face I recognized, Agent Mercer, one of the men who had interviewed me at the ranger station. But his features were distorted, stretched, as if his skin had become elastic. Behind him loomed three towering shadow figures, their elongated limbs merging with his own shadow to create a grotesque, multi-limbed silhouette. The bullet struck Mercer squarely in the chest, but he didn't fall. Instead, he cocked his head at an impossible angle, regarding James with eyes that reflected the faint moonlight like a cat's. You cannot stop the convergence, Mercer said, his voice overlaid with that same humming. The anchors will be removed. The way will be opened. This world will be reclaimed. As he spoke, more figures appeared behind Hemat, at least a dozen, all exhibiting the same unnatural movement, all trailing those elongated shadow extensions. I recognized some of their faces. Agent Reed, the thin man with glasses from the excavation site, and with a jolt of dread, Ranger Collins. Back door, Sarah shouted. Now! We moved as one, scrambling through the darkness toward the rear of the building. Frank and I stayed close to Margaret, who seemed to know the layout best, guiding us through a narrow hallway into what had once been a storeroom. Behind us, chaos erupted. Gunshots, shouts, the crash of furniture being overturned. I heard James cry out in pain, then fall silent. The humming grew louder, more insistent, hammering at my consciousness even through the protection of the pendant. We burst through the back door into the cool night air. "This way," Margaret urged, pointing toward a dense stand of trees. "We have a fallback position." But as we ran, more shapes emerged from the darkness, cutting off our escape route. We veered left, then right, only to find our path blocked again. They were herding us, I realized, with growing horror, not trying to catch us immediately, but directing our movement towards some predetermined location. "The truck!" Frank gasped. "If we can reach my truck." A figure stepped into our path, the false Dr. Weiss, her gray hair gleaming silver in the moonlight, her smile empty of humanity. "Ranger Davis," she said, her voice carrying that same resonant hum. "How persistent you are. How interesting." Behind her, I could see her shadow extensions more clearly than ever. Three tall, spindly figures with limbs that seemed to phase in and out of our reality, their movements jerky one moment, fluid the next. Margaret stepped forward, placing herself between us and the entity. "You won't take him," she declared, her voice steady despite her fear. "You won't take any of us." Dr. Weiss tilted her head in an eerily similar manner to Mercer. "You have already been taken, Margaret Ellis. Long ago. You simply haven't realized it yet." Margaret faltered, her hand going to her own pendant. "That's not true. I can see you for what you are. I'm protected. Are you, Dr.?" Weiss smiled wider, the expression stretching her face unnaturally. "Check your shadow, Margaret. Check what's been growing inside you for 11 years, waiting for the convergence." Instinctively, we all looked down at Margaret's shadow, cast long by the moonlight. What I saw chilled me to the bone. While her body remained still, her shadow was moving independently, writhing as if in pain or ecstasy, elongating and contracting rhythmically. Margaret stared at her own shadow in horror. "No," she whispered. "I checked. Every day I check. Only in direct sunlight can you see us clearly," Dr. Weiss said almost gently. "By moonlight, we begin to emerge. And you, Margaret, have been our most valuable asset." Leading the ranger to Erickson, ensuring he learned just enough to be useful but not enough to be dangerous. Bringing him to the meeting tonight, so we could gather all the remaining vigilant in one convenient location. I looked at Margaret in disbelief. "You set us up? All of us?" Tears streamed down her face. "I didn't know," she said brokenly. "I thought I was helping. I thought the pendant protected me." "The pendants," Dr. Weiss said, "are not protection. They are conduits. Fragments of the anchor stones, yes, but repurposed to serve us rather than hinder us. They don't keep us out, Ranger Davis. They let us in more efficiently." My hand flew to the pendant around my neck, suddenly repulsed by its touch. Was that why my shadow had briefly desynchronized at Erickson's cabin? Had the pendant been facilitating their influence rather than blocking it? Frank seemed to reach the same conclusion simultaneously, ripping the sleeve of his shirt to expose his tattoo. "My grandfather wouldn't have," he began, then stopped as he saw his own shadow begin to twist and distort, extending toward Dr. Weiss like an animal straining at a leash. "Your grandfather was one of the first," Dr. Weiss said almost fondly. "He fought longer than most before accepting us. The tattoo was his final gift to you, a dormant seed, waiting to bloom." Around us, the circle of possessed humans and their shadow extensions was tightening. I could see other members of the Vigilant being dragged into the clearing, some struggling, others moving with the same unnatural compliance that Margaret now exhibited, her body gradually synchronizing with her writhing shadow. "Why?" I demanded, playing for time as I desperately searched for an escape route. "Why this elaborate charade? If the pendants were conduits all along, why not just take us when we first encountered you?" Dr. Weiss sighed, the sound harmonizing with the persistent humming that filled the air. "Forced integration is inefficient, unstable. The host rejects us, fights constantly, deteriorates rapidly, but willing integration." She gestured to Margaret. "That creates a perfect symbiosis. And what makes a host more willing than believing they are fighting us, even as they serve us?" She took a step closer, her shadow extensions towering above her, You discovered the excavation site precisely when we wanted you to. You sought answers exactly as we predicted. You spread awareness, created more potential hosts, led us to the remaining vigilant, and now you will help us locate the final anchor stones. Never, I spat, though I could feel my resolve weakening as the humming intensified, reverberating through my bones. Dr. Weiss smiled that inhuman smile again. You misunderstand, Ranger Davis. It isn't a request. She extended her hand, and one of her shadow extensions mirrored the gesture, its elongated fingers stretching toward me. The pendants resonate with the anchor stones, that part of what you learned is true. And you, with your particular neurological structure, have proven exceptionally responsive to that resonance. You will be our dowsing rod, leading us to what we seek. I backed away, but there was nowhere to go. The circle had closed completely, with Frank and I the only ones still resisting. Even as I watched, Frank's movements were becoming less coordinated, his face contorting as he fought against whatever influence was working through the tattoo. Davis, he grunted, his voice strained. Run! Don't let them! His words cut off in a choked gasp as his shadow suddenly surged upward, engulfing him in what looked like a cocoon of living darkness. When it receded, Frank stood perfectly still, his eyes reflecting that same feline gleam I'd seen in Mercer's. I was alone. In desperation, I tore the pendant from around my neck and hurled it away. The moment the chain broke, the humming faltered briefly, as if surprised. In that second of disorientation, I dove between two of the possessed humans, rolling under their grasping hands and sprinting for the forest. Behind me, Dr. Weiss called out, her voice still calm but edged with something new urgency, perhaps even concern. Find him! The integration must be completed before dawn. I ran blindly through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. The jar of spores bounced in my backpack, and I could only hope it wouldn't break. Not because I feared the entities tracking it now that secret was clearly out, but because it might be the only physical evidence I could still bring to someone who might help. If there was anyone left who wasn't already compromised. The forest seemed to close in around me, shadows moving in ways that had nothing to do with the moonlight filtering through the canopy. The humming pursued me, changing pitch and intensity, sometimes fading only to surge back stronger, as if they were testing different frequencies to find the one that would affect me most. I had no idea where I was going, only that I needed to put as much distance as possible between myself and the entities. Without the pendant, I felt both more vulnerable and more clear-headed. Had it really been influencing me all along? Had every decision I'd made since receiving it been subtly guided to serve their purposes? After what felt like hours of frantic flight, I stumbled upon a narrow dirt road cutting through the forest. Too exhausted to continue cross-country, I followed it, hoping it might lead to a highway or town where I could find help. The humming had faded to a distant pulse, barely perceptible but never quite gone, like the throbbing of a wound. Dawn was breaking when I finally emerged from the forest onto a wider gravel road. In the distance, I could see the outline of buildings, some kind of industrial facility. As I drew closer, I recognized it as an old logging operation, long abandoned judging by the rusted equipment and collapsing structures. But it wasn't abandoned now. Lights were on in what had once been the main office building, and several vehicles were parked outside, including a familiar black SUV. I froze, torn between the need for shelter and the fear of walking into another trap. Before I could decide, the door of the office building opened, and a figure emerged, a woman in her early 30s, blonde hair catching the first rays of sunlight. She looked directly at me, and even at this distance, I could tell she wasn't one of them. Her movements were natural, human, and her shadow matched her perfectly. Ranger Davis, she called. My name is Dr. Eliza Weiss, the real Dr. Weiss. I've been looking for you. Journal entry, 7th, February 9th. I'm writing this from a secure facility approximately 60 miles from Blackthorn Ridge. After my encounter with Dr. Weiss, the real one at the abandoned logging operation, I was brought here for debriefing and medical examination. The past 24 hours have been a blur of questions, tests, and revelations that have fundamentally altered my understanding of what we're facing. First, and most shocking, Dr. Eliza Weiss is not dead, despite what Collins told me. The car accident was staged to remove her from the public eye after she discovered something in her research that drew unwanted attentions, specifically the attention of the entities. Dr. Weiss is a quantum physicist specializing in theoretical dimensional barriers. 3 years ago, she was recruited by a classified government program called Project Threshold, established in the 1950s to investigate what they termed dimensional anomalies, locations where the barrier between our reality and others had been compromised. Blackthorn Ridge is one such location, perhaps the most significant one in North America. The entities that emerged there, which Project Threshold has designated, intruders, have been studied in secret for decades. The anchor stones, which Erickson correctly identified as components of an ancient dimensional lock, have been the primary focus of this research. We're not alone in this fight, Dr. Weiss assured me once. I'd been cleared of any immediate influence or contamination. Project Threshold has been monitoring and containing these incursions since the first documented breach in 1947. The 11-year cycle is real, but it's not arbitrary. It corresponds to specific stellar alignments that temporarily weaken the dimensional barriers. When I asked why they hadn't simply destroyed the entities when they first appeared, Dr. Weiss's expression grew troubled. "It's not that simple," she explained. "The intruders exist partially outside our dimensional framework. Conventional weapons have little effect on their true forms. The best we've been able to do is maintain the anchor stones, which keep the majority of their dimensions separated from ours, and neutralize compromised hosts when necessary." The term neutralize sent a chill through me. "You mean kill?" I said flatly. Dr. Weiss didn't deny it. "In cases of complete integration, yes. There is no way to separate an intruder from its host once the process is complete. In earlier stages, we've had some success with a procedure that essentially resets the neural pathways, but it leaves the subject diminished. The human personality rarely recovers fully." I thought of Collins, of Frank, of Margaret, and the other vigilant members. And the people at Crossroads Junction, the ones they took last night? "We have teams en route," she said, not quite meeting my eyes. "But integration accelerates rapidly once initiated. I'm afraid we may be too late for most of them." The implications were devastating. I had led those people to their doom, however unwittingly. The guilt was overwhelming, but Dr. Weiss was quick to redirect my focus. "What matters now is stopping their current operation," she insisted. "The removal of one anchor stone has already destabilized the barrier significantly. If they secure the others, the dimensional breach will become permanent, allowing unlimited passage between worlds." "And then what?" I asked, dreading the answer. Dr. Weiss's voice was grim. "Then what you've witnessed so far will seem like nothing. They won't need human hosts anymore. They'll be able to maintain their true forms in our dimension indefinitely. The spores you recovered will mature and spread exponentially, transforming our biosphere to better suit their physiological requirements. Humanity will become a subordinate species in a matter of months, possibly weeks." The jar of spores had been taken for analysis immediately upon my arrival. According to the preliminary findings, they were unlike anything in Earth's biological record, neither plant nor animal, but something that combined aspects of both with properties that defied conventional categorization. Under certain conditions, they could integrate with human cellular structure, creating a hybrid organism that served as an ideal vessel for the intruder's consciousness. "What about the false Dr. Weiss?" I asked. "The one I encountered at the excavation site. If she's not you, who is she?" Dr. Weiss's expression darkened. "We're not certain. Based on your description in the timeline, she may be Dr. Carla Vargas, my former research partner. She disappeared during a field survey at Blackthorn Ridge about 7 months ago. We found her vehicle abandoned near one of the old mine entrances, but no trace of Carla herself. If they took her then, they've had months to perfect their integration, to mine her knowledge of our operations." That explained the entity's confidence her detailed understanding of the anchor stones and the pendants. She had access to all of Dr. Vargas's memories and expertise, twisted to serve the intruder's agenda. The pendants, I said suddenly, remembering. She claimed they were conduits, not protection, that they actually facilitated the intruder's influence rather than blocking it. Dr. Weiss nodded grimly. That's partly true. The stone fragments do resonate with the anchor stones, creating a kind of dimensional harmonic that can be detected by sensitive equipment or by the intruders themselves. We designed the pendants as a way to track the anchor stones' locations, but we discovered they also disrupted the intruder's ability to establish direct neural connections with the wearer. So they do provide protection? I asked, confused. Limited protection, yes, but like any technology, they can be subverted if you understand how they work. It appears the intruders have finally decoded the frequency, learned to use the resonance to their advantage. That's problematic. The understatement would have been comical in any other context. As it was, I merely asked the obvious next question. So what do we do now? Dr. Weiss led me to a large situation room where a dozen people worked at computer stations, monitoring various feeds and displays. At the center was a holographic projection of Blackthorn Ridge and the surrounding territory, with 4 points marked in pulsing red. These are the locations of the 4 anchor stones, she explained, or rather, where they should be. We know one has been removed already. One of the points turned green, then displayed a warning symbol. Based on energy fluctuations we've detected, we believe they're preparing to extract a second stone from this location. She pointed to another red marker deep in the forest. How soon? I asked. Tonight, she replied grimly. The stellar alignment reaches its peak at 3:17 a.m. That's when the dimensional barrier will be at its weakest, making extraction easier. If they succeed in removing a second stone, the barrier weakens further. I've finished for her. And they get stronger, able to corrupt more hosts, spread more spores. Dr. Weiss nodded. Exactly. We're mobilizing everything we have to secure the remaining sites, but our resources are stretched thin. The intruders have been systematically eliminating or compromising our field agents for months, positioning their own assets in key locations. The incident at Crossroads Junction was just the latest in a series of coordinated strikes against anyone who might oppose them. I studied the holographic map, noting the terrain around the marked locations. One was near a lake I knew well, another in a steep ravine that was nearly inaccessible without climbing equipment. The third, the one they were targeting tonight, was in a part of the forest I had patrolled many times, not far from an old fire lookout tower that was still occasionally used during the dry season. I know that area, I said, pointing to the third marker. Better than most. I can help your team navigate it, especially in the dark. Dr. Weiss hesitated. After what you've been through, no one would blame you for sitting this out. We have trained operatives who don't know that forest like I do. I interrupted. And who haven't seen these things up close. I have. I didn't add that I felt responsible, that I needed to make amends for unwittingly leading the vigilant into a trap. That was my burden to bear. After a moment's consideration, Dr. Weiss agreed. All right, you'll join Alpha Team, deploying in 90 minutes. But understand this is containment and prevention only. If we encounter integrated hosts, neutralization protocols will be enacted without hesitation. Can you handle that? I thought of Collins, of the thing wearing his face, of the shadow extensions that controlled him now. Whatever remained of the man I knew was already gone. Yes, I said firmly, I can handle it. The next hour was a whirlwind of preparation. I was issued tactical gear, communications equipment, and a sidearm loaded with what they called disruption rounds, specially designed ammunition that interfered with the intruder's ability to maintain their connection to a host. Not lethal to humans directly, but the sudden severing of the integration process often sent the host into neurological shock, which could be fatal. I was also given a new pendant, one that Dr. Weiss assured me had been modified to block the intruder's attempts to subvert its protective qualities. The frequency is encrypted now, she explained, constantly shifting. They'll still be able to sense you, but they won't be able to establish a direct neural link without physical contact. As we prepared to deploy, Dr. Weiss pulled me aside for one final private conversation. "There's something else you should know," she said, her voice low. "Something not everyone on the project is aware of. The anchor stones aren't just keeping them out, they're keeping something else in." I frowned, not comprehending. "In? What do you mean?" She glanced around to ensure we weren't overheard. "The dimensional barrier works both ways. When it was established eons ago, it wasn't just to prevent incursions from their side. It was to contain something already here, something that exists deep beneath Blackthorn Ridge, something the ancients feared more than the intruders themselves." A cold dread settled in my stomach. "What is it?" "We don't know exactly. Our deepest scans can't penetrate to its level, but we've found references in various ancient texts, symbols that match those on the anchor stones. They all describe it similarly, a sleeping consciousness, vast and alien, that once reshaped the world to its liking. The intruders aren't trying to invade. They're trying to wake it up, to release it from its imprisonment." "Why would they want that?" I asked, struggling to grasp the implications. "Because they serve it," Dr. Weiss said simply. "Or worship it, perhaps. The distinction may be meaningless for entities so different from us. What matters is that if they succeed in removing all 4 anchor stones, they won't just create a breach between dimensions. They'll trigger what the ancients called the final awakening. And when that happens," she trailed off, but her expression completed the thought more eloquently than words could have. With this disturbing new context, I joined Alpha Team 6 operatives led by a stern-faced woman who introduced herself only as Commander Carter. She briefed us during the short helicopter flight to our drop point, 2 miles from the target location. "Our objective is to secure the anchor stone and prevent extraction," she stated flatly. "Intelligence suggests we'll encounter significant resistance and estimated 12 to 15 integrated hosts, plus an unknown number of shadow projections. Standard containment protocols apply. Disruption rounds only. Maintain pendant contact at all times, and no direct engagement with unintegrated intruders if possible." She fixed each of us with a hard stare. "If you feel the humming starting to affect you, if you experience any unusual compulsions or thoughts, you signal immediately and fall back. No heroics. We've lost too many that way." The helicopter set us down in a small clearing as dusk was falling. Moving quickly and silently through the darkening forest, we approached the target coordinates from 3 different directions of pincer movement, designed to surround the extraction site. I accompanied Commander Carter and 2 others on the eastern approach, guiding them through the dense undergrowth with practiced ease. As we drew closer, the familiar pressure began to build in my ears, though the pendant seemed to be keeping the worst of it at bay. There was no humming yet, but a subtle wrongness permeated the air, a distortion of natural sounds that set my teeth on edge. We reached the final ridge overlooking the target coordinates, just as full darkness descended. Below us, in a small natural amphitheater formed by weathered rock formations, was a scene straight from my nightmares. A circle of integrated hosts stood facing inward, their shadows stretching unnaturally toward the center where a pit had been excavated in the forest floor. Floodlights mounted on tripods illuminated the scene with harsh white light, creating a maze of overlapping shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. At the edge of the pit stood the false Dr. Weiss, Dr. Vargas. I reminded myself directing operations with fluid, inhuman gestures. And among the integrated hosts, positioned directly across from our location, was Collins. His face was blank, eyes reflecting the floodlights with that unnatural gleam, but his body language retained echoes of his familiar stance, the slight forward lean, the hands clasped behind his back. It was like seeing a grotesque parody of my former supervisor, every mannerism just slightly wrong, as if performed by an actor who had studied Collins but never quite captured his essence. Commander Carter surveyed the scene through binoculars, then motioned for us to hold position while she contacted the other teams. "Alpha, lead to all points," she murmured into her comm unit. "Visual confirmation of extraction site. 14 integrated hosts. one primary intruder manifest, awaiting synchronization before engagement. The responses came back in crisp, professional tones. The other teams were in position, awaiting the command to move in. We had them surrounded, outgunned, and the element of surprise. By all tactical assessments, we held the advantage. So why couldn't I shake the feeling that we were walking into another trap? I studied the scene below more carefully, noting details that seemed off. The integrated hosts were arranged too perfectly, their positioning too strategic for a simple excavation operation. The floodlights were angled to create maximum shadow coverage, but also to momentarily blind anyone approaching from exactly the directions our teams had chosen. And Dr. Vargas wasn't focused on the pit at all, but seemed to be waiting, watching the surrounding forest with an expectant air. "Something's wrong," I whispered to Commander Carter. "This is too exposed, too obvious. They knew we were coming." She frowned, reassessing the situation. "Maybe," she conceded, "but we still have numerical superiority and better firepower. Even if they're expecting some resistance, they can't know our full capability." As if in answer to her confidence, the humming suddenly began not from the extraction site below, but from behind us. We spun around to find 3 figures emerging from the darkness, moving with that distinctive, unnatural fluidity. One of them was Frank, his eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, his shadow extending far beyond what the ambient light should have produced. "Contact rear," Carter shouted into her comm unit, raising her weapon in one smooth motion. "All teams, we are compromised. Engage now." Everything happened at once. Carter fired a 3-round burst into the approaching figures, the disruption rounds emitting brief flashes of blue-white energy on impact. One of the integrated hosts, not Frank, convulsed and collapsed, its shadow extension writhing before dissolving into the darkness. The other 2 kept coming, seemingly unaffected. From below, shouts and weapons fire erupted as the other teams engaged. The integrated hosts in the amphitheater had abandoned their circular formation and were now moving with predatory purpose toward our hidden positions, guided by Dr. Vargas's silent commands. I raised my own weapon, targeting Frank with a mixture of determination and regret. "I'm sorry," I murmured as I fired, the disruption round striking him squarely in the chest. He staggered but didn't fall. Instead, his face contorted in what might have been pain or rage, and when he spoke, his voice was a distorted version of the one I remembered, layered with that rhythmic humming. "You cannot stop the awakening," he said, advancing despite a second disruption round that visibly rippled through his body. "The sleeper stirs, the anchors fail, the way opens." Commander Carter shouted for us to fall back, to regroup with the other teams, but it was too late. We were surrounded, cut off from the rest of our force. Below in the amphitheater, I could see other members of Alpha Team engaged in desperate combat with the integrated hosts, blue-white flashes illuminating the chaotic scene as disruption rounds found their targets. And at the center of it all, Dr. Vargas stood completely still, her attention now fixed on the pit. From within its depths, a pulsing light had begun to emerge, a crystalline radiance that seemed to bend the air around it, distorting perspective and distance. The anchor stone. Understanding hit me with sudden clarity. The entire confrontation, the splitting of our forces, the strategic positioning it, had all been engineered to keep us occupied while they completed the real objective, the extraction of the second anchor stone. "The stone!" I shouted to Carter over the din of combat. "They're still extracting it. We have to stop them." She glanced toward the pit, came to the same conclusion I had, and made a split-second decision. "Cover me," she ordered, then sprinted down the slope toward the amphitheater, firing continuously to clear a path. I provided covering fire as best I could, but the integrated hosts were moving too quickly, their shadow extensions allowing them to cover ground with unnatural speed. Frank and the remaining host behind us were closing in as well, leaving us no choice but to abandon our position and follow Carter down into the chaos below. What followed was a nightmare of confused combat, shadows and light intermingling until it was impossible to tell friend from foe except at point-blank range. The humming had increased to an almost unbearable intensity, vibrating through my bones and making my vision blur. Only the pendant, warm against my chest, kept me anchored to my own thoughts and purpose. I lost track of Carter in the melee, but kept moving toward the pit, driven by the certainty that everything depended on preventing the extraction of that stone. Integrated hosts fell around me, disruption rounds momentarily severing their connection to the shadow entities, but there were always more, converging from all directions. When I finally reached the edge of the pit, I found Dr. Vargas waiting, as if she had expected me all along. Behind her, suspended in a cradle of shadows that seemed to emerge directly from her own extended silhouette, was the anchor stonia crystalline object, about the size of a basketball, covered in intricate patterns that shifted and flowed across its surface like living things. "Ranger Davis," she said, her voice carrying that same resonant hum but now tinged with something like respect. "Still fighting, despite everything you've learned. How very human." I kept my weapon trained on her, though I suspected disruption rounds would have little effect on whatever she had become. "Put the stone back," I demanded. "Now." She tilted her head in that inhuman way, studying me as one might study an interesting insect. "You still don't understand what you're part of, do you? Even after everything you've seen and heard, this isn't an invasion, Ranger Davis. It's a restoration, a return to the natural order that existed before the anchors were placed." "Natural for you, maybe," I retorted. "Not for us." "Us?" She smiled, the expression stretching her face unnaturally. "There is no us anymore, Ranger. There is only the awakening, and those who will survive it by accepting their place in the new hierarchy. As you could, if you chose to." She took a step toward me, the anchor stone floating beside her, cradled in those shadowy tendrils. "You've resisted longer than most. That makes you valuable. Join us willingly, and you'll retain more of yourself than those who fight to the end. You'll witness the transformation with awareness, understanding. Isn't that preferable to obliteration?" For a moment, just a moment, I hesitated. Not out of temptation, but out of a desperate need to understand what we were truly facing. "What exactly are you awakening? What's down there, beneath Blackthorn Ridge?" Dr. Vargas's smile widened, becoming almost beatific. "The architect, the one who shaped this world before your kind evolved, who seeded the primordial oceans with the templates of all life, the one your ancestors feared and imprisoned with these stones." She gestured to the floating crystal. "We are merely its servants, preparing for its return." "And what happens to humanity when it returns?" I pressed, though I feared I already knew the answer. "Adaptation or extinction," she said simply. "As with any evolutionary shift, some will become like us, perfect symbiotes. Others will serve as raw material for the architect's new designs. The rest," she shrugged, the gesture fluidly inhuman, "the rest won't matter." I had heard enough. Whatever this architect was, whatever grand cosmic plan the intruders believed they were serving, it meant the end of humanity as we knew it. And that was something I couldn't allow, not while I still drew breath. I fired directly at the anchor stone, hoping to disrupt whatever process was keeping it suspended in those shadow tendrils. The disruption round struck the crystal surface, and for a split second, the entire stone flared with blinding light. Dr. Vargas screamed not in pain, but in rages. The shadow extensions connecting her to the stone momentarily wavered. It was my only chance. I lunged forward, hands outstretched to seize the stone before she could stabilize her hold on it. My fingers closed around its surface, and immediately, a sensation like electric current shot up my arms and into my brain. Images flooded my consciousness, visions of a world unlike our own, where physics operated by different rules, where vast, shifting entities communicated through modulations of light and shadow. I saw the construction of the anchor stones by beings neither human nor intruder, but something else entirely, their forms fluid yet purposeful. I saw them placing the stones in a precise geometric pattern, creating a barrier that transcended dimensional boundaries. And beneath it all, I sensed something enormous stirring, a consciousness so alien and vast that merely brushing against it threatened to shatter my sanity. It perceived reality, on a scale I couldn't comprehend, where planets were atoms and solar systems mere molecules in some grand cosmic organism. And it was aware of mere microscopic flicker of perception, yet somehow significant in ways I couldn't understand. The visions ended as abruptly as they had begun. I found myself on my knees at the edge of the pit, the anchor stone clutched to my chest, my entire body trembling with the aftershocks of whatever I had just experienced. Dr. Vargas stood above me, her face contorted with fury, her shadow extensions reaching for me with elongated, grasping fingers. "Give it back," she hissed, the humming in her voice, now a discordant screech. "It is not for you to touch, to know. Give it back to us." I struggled to my feet, backing away from her with the stone still held tightly against me. Its surface was warm, vibrating slightly as if alive, and I could feel it resonating with the pendant around my neck. Together, they created a kind of barrier that seemed to repel Dr. Vargas's shadow extensions, keeping them just inches from my skin. "No," I managed, each word an effort against the overwhelming presence of the stone in my mind. "I've seen what you're serving. It cannot be allowed to wake." The battle still raged around us, but it seemed distant now, secondary to the confrontation between Dr. Vargas and myself. The integrated hosts had stopped attacking the Alpha Team members and were turning toward us, drawn by some unspoken command from their primary intruder. "You cannot stop what has already begun," Dr. Vargas said, her voice regaining its eerie calm. "Even now, the third anchor stone is being removed. By dawn, the fourth will follow. The barrier will fail completely, and the architect will rise." A cold certainty settled over me. She was telling the truth. This had never been their only operation. They had multiple teams, targeting all the remaining stones simultaneously. Our intelligence had been flawed from the start. We were fighting yesterday's battle while they executed tomorrow's plan. But I still had one stone, and it hummed with power against my chest, resonating with the pendant in a way that felt significant, purposeful. If I could just get it away from here, back to Dr. Weiss and Project Threshold, perhaps they could use it to stabilize the barrier, to buy more time. I looked around frantically for an escape route, for any member of Alpha Team who might provide covering fire. What I saw instead was Commander Carter, emerging from the chaos with a determined expression, making her way toward us with deliberate strides. "Carter!" I called out, relief flooding through me. "We need to extract. They're after all the stones at once." She didn't respond, continuing to advance with that same measured pace. And then I noticed her shadow elongated, distorted, moving slightly out of sync with her body. Not Carter, not anymore. Dr. Vargas smiled as she followed my gaze. "You see, your forces are already being integrated, added to our own. There is no escape, Ranger Davis. Give us the stone, and your transition will be painless. Resist, and we will take it anyway, along with whatever remains of your mind after we strip it from your dying body." I backed away further, clutching the stone tighter, feeling its vibrations intensify in response to my fear. The pendant around my neck was growing hotter, almost painfully so, and between it and the stone, a strange resonance was building a counter-frequency to the humming that filled the air. An idea formed, desperate and probably suicidal, but it was the only option I could see. Erickson had said the fragments resonated with the larger stones. Dr. Weiss had confirmed they were designed to track the anchor stones' locations. What if that resonance could be amplified, focused, used as a weapon? I pressed the pendant directly against the surface of the anchor stone, concentrating all my will on making them connect, synchronize, amplify each other's energy. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like crystal shattering, a pulse of blue-white light erupted from both objects, expanding outward in a concussive wave. Dr. Vargas screamed as the wave passed through her shadow extensions flickering like a failing projection. The integrated hosts around us similarly convulsed, some falling to their knees, others frozen in place as if suddenly paralyzed. The humming cut off abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the sounds of the forest at night wind in the trees, distant animal calls, the natural world reasserting itself in the absence of the intruder's influence. I didn't wait to see how long the effect would last. Clutching the stone to my chest with one hand, keeping the pendant pressed against it with the other, I ran. Past the stunned integrated hosts, past the members of Alpha Team who were regrouping in confusion, into the darkness of the forest where I knew every trail and game path from years of patrols. Behind me, the humming gradually resumed, but fainter now, more distant. Whatever I had done with the pendant and stone had temporarily disrupted the intruder's ability to project their influence, giving me a head start. But I knew it wouldn't last. They would recover, regroup, and come after the stone with everything they had. I needed to reach the extraction point, to get the stone to Dr. Weiss and Project Threshold. If what Dr. Vargas had said was true, if they were already extracting the third anchor stone, then this one I carried might be our last hope of preventing the complete collapse of the dimensional barrier. As I ran through the moonlit forest, the stone pressed against my chest, I felt a strange certainty growing within me. This wasn't a random series of events. My discovery of the excavation site, my survival against all odds, my current possession of this anchor stone. Something had chosen me for this role, perhaps the same entities that had created the barrier in the first place. Their influence reaching across eons to find a suitable vessel for their continued protection of our world. Or perhaps it was simply blind chance, random circumstance that had placed me at the center of this cosmic conflict. Either way, I had a responsibility now not just to myself or to humanity, but to the very fabric of reality that separated us from whatever lurked beyond. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out beneath me. The extraction point was still miles away, and I had no way to contact the other teams to request pickup. My comm unit had been damaged in the fight, and I dared not stop long enough to try to repair it. The stone grew heavier with each step, its vibrations changing in pitch and intensity, as if responding to my fatigue. The visions it had shown me replayed in fragments through my exhausted mind, the ancient beings placing the stones, the vast consciousness stirring beneath Blackthorn Ridge, the intricate pattern of the dimensional barrier that kept worlds separate. I was so focused on these mental images that I almost missed the sound of pursuit, the soft crunch of footsteps on forest debris, moving too quickly to be human. I ducked behind a large oak just as a beam of light swept through the trees behind me, illuminating swirling motes of dust and pollen in the night air. Peering carefully around the trunk, I saw 3 figures moving through the forest with that now familiar, unnatural, grace-integrated hosts, their elongated shadows flowing ahead of them like scout dogs seeking a scent. One of them was Commander Carter, her movements rigid yet fluid, her head turning in mechanical sweeps as she searched the darkness. I pressed the stone tighter against the pendant, willing them to resonate again, to produce that protective pulse that had disrupted the intruders before. But either the effect had a recharge period, or it required more energy than I currently possessed, because nothing happened. The stone remained warm and vibrating, the pendant uncomfortably hot against my skin, but no pulse of energy emerged. Staying perfectly still, barely daring to breathe, I watched as the 3 hosts moved through the forest, gradually drawing closer to my hiding place. They weren't calling out or speaking to each other. They moved in perfect, coordinated silence, like parts of a single organism, which, I supposed, they effectively were extensions of whatever consciousness controlled them from the shadows. Just when I thought they would pass by without discovering me, Commander Carter stopped, her head tilting in that bird-like manner that seemed characteristic of the integrated hosts. She turned slowly toward my tree, her eyes gleaming in the darkness, her shadow stretching out before her like a probing tendril. I was about to run when a sound came from deeper in the foresta, distinctive 3-note whistle that I recognized as a standard Project Threshold signal. Carter and the other hosts immediately changed direction, moving swiftly toward the source of the sound. A diversion. Someone from Alpha Team was still out there, still fighting, drawing the pursuers away from me. I silently thanked whoever it was and used the opportunity to continue toward the extraction point, moving more carefully now, staying low and using the natural cover of the forest. After what felt like hours but was probably less than one, I reached the small clearing where the helicopter had dropped us off. It was empty, no sign of any extraction team or vehicle. The clearing was supposed to be manned at all times during the operation, with a rapid response unit ready for emergency evac. Their absence could only mean one thing: the situation had deteriorated elsewhere as well. Unsure what to do next, I decided to establish a defensive position at the edge of the clearing, where I could see any approach but remain hidden in the tree line. I found a suitable spot beneath a fallen log, partially concealed by ferns, and settled in to wait, the anchor stone clutched to my chest like a talisman. As my adrenaline subsided, exhaustion began to take its toll. My eyelids grew heavy, my thoughts becoming sluggish and disconnected. I fought against it, knowing that sleep would leave me vulnerable, but the strain of the past days combined with the physical exertion of the night's events was overwhelming. Just as I was about to lose the battle with consciousness, a soft humming began at the invasive, mind-altering frequency of the intruders, but a gentler vibration emanating from the anchor stone itself. It seemed to be responding to something, resonating with some external stimulus that I couldn't perceive. I looked down at the stone in my arms and saw that the patterns on its surface were moving more rapidly now, flowing like liquid across the crystalline structure. And as I watched, faint lines of light began to emerge from these patterns, extending outward into the air around me. The lines multiplied, intersecting and branching, gradually forming a complex three-dimensional lattice that surrounded me in a dome of softly glowing energy. It was beautiful and alien, like nothing I had ever seen before, and yet somehow familiar, as if I were looking at a physical manifestation of mathematical principles I had always intuitively understood but never consciously recognized. Within this glowing lattice, I felt safe for the first time since discovering the excavation site. The ambient sounds of the forest seemed to filter through it undisturbed, but I sensed that other, thingsless, natural things would find it impenetrable. The stone had created a shelter, a temporary sanctuary where I could rest without fear of detection or influence. I allowed myself to close my eyes, just for a moment, and immediately slipped into a deep, dreamless sleep. Journal Entry 8, February 10th. I awoke to birdsong and sunlight filtering through the glowing lattice, which had remained intact throughout the night. The anchor stone was still in my arms, its vibrations gentler now, more rhythmic, like the breathing of a sleeping animal. The pendant around my neck had cooled to its normal temperature, though it still seemed to pulse in sync with the stone. As I sat up, the lattice of light began to contract, the lines folding back into the stone's surface like a complex origami returning to its original form. Within moments, all evidence of the protection it had provided was gone, the stone once again appearing as merely an intricately patterned crystal, extraordinary but inert. I checked my watch. 7:23 a.m. I had slept for nearly 4 hours, far longer than I had intended. Rising stiffly, I surveyed the clearing still empty, no sign of extraction teams or pursuers. The forest was alive with normal morning sounds, suggesting no immediate threat lurked nearby. But I couldn't stay here. If what Dr. Vargas had said was true, the third anchor stone had already been removed, further weakening the dimensional barrier. The extraction point was clearly compromised. I needed a new plan, a way to get the stone I carried to safety while avoiding the intruders who were undoubtedly still searching for me. I considered my options. The Project Threshold facility where I had met Dr. Weiss was about 60 miles away, far too distant to reach on foot, especially carrying the stone, which seemed to grow heavier with each passing hour. My original truck was still parked near Crossroads Junction, but returning there would be suicide given what had happened to the Vigilant. Then I remembered Margaret's Carth gray Honda she had given me when I fled her bookstore. I'd left it at the motel when Frank picked me up in his truck, thinking I wouldn't need it again. The motel was about 20 miles from my current position, a long trek but potentially doable if I paced myself. Decision made, I set out, using the morning sun to orient myself eastward. The stone I carried in my backpack now, wrapped in my jacket to conceal its faint glow, and to muffle the vibrations that occasionally spiked in intensity when I passed certain terrain feature-sold mine shafts, most likely, or natural fissures in the Earth's crust that somehow resonated with the stone's energy. I traveled cautiously, staying off trails and roads whenever possible, using the forest cover to remain hidden. Twice I had to detour around areas where I spotted integrated hosts moving in systematic search patterns, their shadows elongated even in the bright morning light. They seemed more agitated than before, less fluid in their movements, as if whatever controlled them was strained, perhaps by the removal of multiple anchor stones, or by the disruption I had caused with the resonance pulse. By midday, I had covered about half the distance to the motel. I stopped to rest in a small ravine, using a stream to refill my water bottle, and taking the opportunity to examine the stone more closely in natural daylight. Its surface was a deep, iridescent black that seemed to absorb and refract light simultaneously, creating a subtle rainbow effect across the intricate patterns etched into its crystalline structure. These patterns were in constant motion, flowing like slow liquid across the stone's surface, occasionally forming recognizable symbols before dissolving back into the greater design. Some of these symbols matched those I had seen in Erickson's research-answered glyphs that predated known human writing systems. As I watched, fascinated, one pattern stabilized longer than the other's, a configuration of lines and curves that reminded me of a star chart or celestial map. It held its form for nearly a minute before shifting again, and as it did, I felt a subtle directional pull, as if the stone were attempting to guide me somewhere. Acting on instinct, I turned slowly in place, holding the stone before me like a compass. The pull was strongest when I faced northwest, not toward the motel, but deeper into the wilderness, toward the heart of Blackthorn Ridge. The stone was trying to lead me somewhere, and I had a growing suspicion of the destination, the location of the fourth and final anchor stone. This presented a dilemma. My rational mind insisted on continuing to the motel, retrieving Margaret's car, and making for the Project Threshold facility as planned. But something deeper, more intuitive, urged me to follow the stone's guidance. If the third anchor had already been removed, as Dr. Vargas claimed, then the fourth was all that stood between our world and whatever awaited beyond the dimensional barrier. And if the stone in my possession was attempting to lead me to its counterpart, perhaps that was where I was truly needed. Before I could decide, a distant sound caught my attention, the distinctive whump-whump of helicopter rotors echoing through the forest. I scrambled up the ravine bank, peering cautiously through the underbrush toward the sound. A black helicopter was moving slowly across the treetops about a mile to the northeast, following a grid pattern that suggested a methodical search. It wasn't a military model, or one of Project Threshold's transports. This was sleeker, more civilian in design, with no visible markings. As it banked, I caught a glimpse of someone leaning from the open side door, scanning the forest below with what appeared to be specialized equipment. I ducked back down as the helicopter changed course, heading in my general direction. Whether it was operated by the intruders or some other party, I couldn't risk being spotted. I gathered my belongings and moved deeper into the ravine, following the stream bed where the overhead canopy was thickest. The helicopter passed overhead minutes later, close enough that the downdraft stirred the treetops above me. I pressed myself against the ravine wall, the anchor stone clutched tightly to my chest, feeling its vibrations increase in response to my fear, or perhaps to the proximity of whatever scanning technology the helicopter carried. Once the sound of rotors had faded into the distance, I made my decision. The motel was too exposed, too obvious a destination if they were actively hunting me. If the stone wanted to lead me to the fourth anchor, I would follow at least until I could better assess the situation and perhaps find another way to contact Dr. Weiss. I turned northwest, guided by the subtle pull of the stone, moving deeper into the wilderness of Blackthorn Ridge. As I walked, I couldn't help but feel I was being manipulated not by the intruders this time, but by whatever intelligence resided within the stone itself. Was I acting of my own free will, or was I simply being used as a carrier, a means of reuniting the anchor stones for purposes I couldn't comprehend. The question haunted me as I traveled, but I had no better options. At least the stones' intentions, whatever they might be, seemed opposed to those of the intruders. For now, that was enough. The terrain grew steadily more challenging as I moved northwest, the forest giving way to rocky outcroppings and steep inclines. The vibrations from the stone intensified with each mile, confirming I was moving in the right direction. By late afternoon, I had reached a series of ridges that overlooked a deep, bowl-shaped valley I recognized from my patrols locally known as Widow's Hollow, a place hikers and hunters tended to avoid due to its difficult access and persistent local legends about strange lights and missing persons. From my vantage point on the ridge, I could see the valley floor clearly. What I saw made my heart sink. A large encampment had been established in the center of the hollow, surrounded by security fencing and floodlights. Several temporary structures had been erected, along with what appeared to be a drilling platform positioned over a specific point in the valley floor. Vehicles moved around the perimeter, and figures in hazmat suits or tactical gear worked throughout the complex. It was an extraction operation, far larger and more organized than the one I had encountered the previous night. They were already here, already working to remove the fourth and final anchor stone. And based on the scale of their operation, they were close to succeeding. I hunkered down behind a boulder, considering my next move. There were too many of them to confront directly, even if I had been properly armed and supported by Alpha Team. The stone in my possession was clearly significant. It had led me here, suggesting some connection to the fourth anchor, but I had no idea how to use it to stop what was happening below. As I watched, a familiar black helicopter descended toward a landing pad near the center of the complex, the same one that had been searching the forest, I presumed. The moment it touched down, a group of figures emerged from the largest structure to meet it. Even at this distance, I recognized one of them immediately, Dr. Vargas, her movements distinctive and unnatural, her shadow elongated despite the setting sun, casting most shadows in the opposite direction. She had survived the resonance pulse, recovered faster than I had hoped, and was now personally overseeing the extraction of the final stone. Whatever setback I had caused them had clearly been temporary at best. I was considering potential approaches to the complex when a hand clamped over my mouth from behind. "Don't move," a voice whispered in my ear. "Don't make a sound. They have patrols on the ridgeline." I recognized the voice immediately. Dr. Eliza Weiss, the real one. She slowly removed her hand once she was certain I wouldn't cry out. "How did you find me?" I whispered, turning to face her. She was dressed in tactical gear similar to Alpha Team's, her blonde hair tucked beneath a cap, her face smudged with camouflage paint. "The stone," she replied simply. "It emits a unique energy signature we can track, though it seems to have been guiding you as much as we've been following it." She peered cautiously over the boulder at the complex below. "You've led us right to them." "Us?" I glanced around, seeing no one else. "My team is positioned around the valley," she explained. 6 operatives, all that remain of Project Threshold's field division after last night. The intruders hit multiple sites simultaneously, not just the extraction operations, but our headquarters, safe houses, surveillance posts. It was a coordinated strike we weren't prepared for. "They've accelerated their timeline," I said, explaining what Dr. Vargas had told me about the third anchor stone already being removed. "This is the final one. If they extract it, the barrier fails completely," Dr. Weiss finished grimly, "and whatever sleeps beneath Blackthorn Ridge awakens." She studied me intently. "You've connected with the stone, haven't you? You've seen what it contains." I nodded, unsure how to describe the visions and sensations I had experienced. It showed me things. The beings who created the barrier, the entity they imprisoned, the purpose of the anchor stones. And it led me here to the fourth stone. "Because they're meant to be together," Dr. Weiss said. "The 4 anchors were designed as a system, each reinforcing the others. Separated, their power diminishes, but even 2 together can temporarily strengthen the barrier effect." I understood immediately. That's why it created that protective lattice around me last night. It was using the fragment in the pendant to amplify its own energy, creating a localized reinforcement of the barrier. Exactly. And that gives us our only chance. Dr. Weiss's expression was grim but determined. We can't stop their extraction operation. They outnumber us at least 10 to 1, and many of their personnel are integrated hosts who can't be incapacitated by conventional means. But if we can get your stone close enough to the fourth anchor before they remove it completely, we might be able to trigger a resonance cascade that would temporarily seal the dimensional breach. Temporarily? I questioned. Not permanently? She shook her head. With 2 stones already removed, the barrier is critically compromised. The best we can hope for is to reset the cycle force, a dimensional rebounding that pushes the intruders back to their side and reestablishes a weakened version of the original barrier. It would buy us time, perhaps years, to find a more permanent solution. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than complete failure. What do we need to do? Dr. Weiss outlined the plan quickly. Her team would create a diversion at the north end of the complex, drawing security forces away from the central drilling platform. During the confusion, she and I would approach from the south, using the stone I carried to navigate past any shadow entities we encountered. Once at the platform, we would need to get my stone as close as possible to the fourth anchor before it was completely extracted. The resonance should trigger automatically when they're in proximity, she explained. But timing is crucial. Too early, and the effect won't propagate through the breach. Too late, and there won't be enough connection remaining between the fourth stone and the dimensional barrier to achieve the rebounding effect. It was a desperate plan, with countless ways it could go wrong. But as we watched the operation below, seeing the drilling platform begin to pulse with the same crystalline light I had witnessed during the previous extraction, we knew time was running out. We move at dusk, Dr. Weiss decided, checking her watch. 20 minutes. Be ready. Those 20 minutes passed with excruciating slowness. I used the time to study the complex through Dr. Weiss's binoculars, memorizing patrol patterns and identifying potential approach routes. The drilling platform was surrounded by a ring of integrated hosts, all standing perfectly still, their shadows extending toward the center where the light pulsed with increasing intensity. Vargas moved among them, occasionally stopping to place her hands on the heads of specific hosts, as if adjusting or reinforcing their connection to whatever controlled them. One of these hosts was Collins. Even at this distance, I recognized his distinctive posture. He stood closest to the platform, his shadow longer than those around him, almost touching the crystalline light at the center. Whatever role the intruders had assigned him in this extraction, it appeared to be significant. As the sun finally dipped below the western ridge, casting the valley into deep shadow, Dr. Weiss received confirmation from her team that they were in position. She handed me a small tactical radio, its frequency encrypted to prevent interception. If we get separated, fall back to extraction point, Charlie, she instructed. It's a small cave system about 2 miles northeast of here. The coordinates are programmed into the radio's GPS. I nodded, securing the radio to my belt. The stone I carried seemed to sense the impending action, its vibrations changing to a more urgent pattern, the symbols on its surface flowing faster, more chaotically. Precisely on schedule, a series of explosions erupted at the northern perimeter of the complex. Alarms immediately blared, and security forces began moving toward the disturbance, just as Dr. Weiss had predicted. Using the confusion as cover, we descended the southern slope, moving from shadow to shadow, the stone in my backpack guiding us away from areas where the intruder's influence was strongest. We reached the perimeter fence without incident, finding a section where Dr. Weiss's team had cut through earlier in preparation. Slipping through the gap, we hurried from one temporary structure to another, avoiding the floodlights and patrols that remained despite the diversion. As we drew closer to the central platform, the stone's vibrations became almost painful, rattling against my spine through the backpack. The air grew thick with that now familiar pressure, a weight pressing against my eardrums and sinuses. The humming was everywhere, not just audible but physically present, like standing inside a massive tuning fork. Doctor, Vice showed signs of the pressure as well, her movements becoming more labored, her breathing shallow. "The barrier is extremely thin here," she gasped. "They're almost through." We took cover behind a stack of equipment crates about 50 yards from the platform. From this vantage point, we could see the operation in detail, the ring of integrated hosts still standing motionless, their shadows now visibly pulsating in sync with the crystalline light. At the center, a cylindrical shaft descended into the earth, surrounded by mechanical arms that appeared to be slowly raising something from the depths. And it was nearly complete. The upper edge of the fourth anchor stone was already visible, a crystalline mass, identical to the one I carried but several times larger, its surface crawling with the same flowing patterns but glowing far more intensely. Dr. Vargas stood at the edge of the shaft, her arms raised as if conducting some unseen orchestra, her shadow extensions towering above her. The whole scene had a ritualistic quality, like some ancient ceremony performed with modern technology. "We're too late to stop the extraction," Dr. Weiss whispered. "Our only hope is to trigger the resonance at the moment of complete separation. Get ready to move on my signal." I removed the stone from my backpack, cradling it against my chest, where it thrummed with almost eager energy, as if recognizing its counterpart. The pendant around my neck had begun to glow faintly, responding to the proximity of both anchor stones. "Now!" Dr. Weiss hissed, as the mechanical arms gave a final heave, lifting the fourth stone completely from the shaft. We sprinted toward the platform, using the momentary focus of all participants on the extracted stone to cover our approach. We had almost reached the outer ring of integrated hosts when Dr. Vargas suddenly turned, her inhuman gaze locking directly on us. "No!" she shrieked, the sound distorted and multi-layered. "Stop them!" The integrated hosts broke their circular formation, moving with blinding speed to intercept us. Dr. Weiss fired her weapon not at the hosts, but at the mechanical arms holding the newly extracted stone, the disruption rounds causing the equipment to spark and malfunction. The stone began to slip from the failing grip of the machinery, threatening to fall back into the shaft. I pressed forward, the stone in my arms now pulsing with visible light, matching the rhythm of the fourth anchor. As the hosts closed in, their shadow extensions reaching for me with grasping tendrils, I felt something shift in the energy between the Stonessa harmonic convergence building towards some critical threshold. Collins intercepted me just yards from the platform, his familiar face contorted in an expression no human could produce, his eyes reflecting the crystalline light like mirrors. His shadow extension wrapped around him like armor, making him appear larger, more imposing. "The sleeper awakens," he said, his voice a grotesque parody of the man I had known. "You cannot prevent what has always been destined." Behind him, Dr. Vargas had abandoned human pretense entirely. Her form seemed to ripple and flow, the shadow extensions no longer just connected to her but merging with her, transforming her into something that straddled dimensions part physical matter, part living shadow. She moved toward the fourth stone with inhuman speed, intent on securing it before it could fall. Dr. Weiss engaged her, firing continuously, each disruption round causing momentary distortions in Dr. Vargas's transformed state, but not stopping her advance. "Davis!" she shouted over the chaos. "The stone! Now!" Understanding instantly what she meant, I lunged past Collins, using the stone I carried as both shield and battering ram. Its energy field repelled his shadow extension just long enough for me to break through, carrying me the final distance to the platform where the fourth anchor stone now hung precariously from one remaining mechanical arm. Time seemed to slow as I reached up, the stone in my arms stretching toward its counterpart like a magnet to its opposite pole. As they touched, a pulse of energy, unlike anything I had experienced before, erupted from the point of contact, not the localized wave of the previous resonance, but a spherical burst that expanded outward at impossible speed. The pulse passed through everything integrated hosts, shadow extensions, Dr. Vargas in her half-transformed state, the entire complex, and beyond, carrying with it a sound like reality itself. shattering and reforming in the same instant. Colors inverted, gravity wavered, and for a moment I perceived multiple versions of the same space overlaid on each other, dimensions bleeding together before violently separating again. When my vision cleared, I found myself lying on my back at the edge of the drilling shaft, both anchor stones clutched to my chest, their surfaces now cracked and dull, the flowing patterns frozen in place like insects in amber. Around me, the integrated hosts had collapsed, their shadow extensions gone, leaving only unconscious human forms. Dr. Vargas was nowhere to be seen, though a shapeless dark stain on the platform might have been all that remained of her transformed state. Dr. Weiss staggered toward me, her face bleeding from several cuts but her eyes clear and alert. "You did it," she said, her voice filled with wonder and relief. "The resonance cascade. You triggered a dimensional rebounding." "Is it over?" I asked, struggling to sit up with the weight of both stones pressing me down. "For now," she replied, helping me to my feet. "The barrier has been reset, but weakened. Without all 4 stones intact, it won't hold forever. Months, perhaps a year at most, before the cycle begins again." I looked down at the cracked anchor stones, understanding now why the ancients had created 4, positioned at precise distances from each other. With 2 damaged beyond repair, the system was fundamentally compromised. What about the people? I gestured to the unconscious forms around us, including Collins. "The hosts?" Dr. Weiss's expression turned grim. "Some may recover, especially those who were only recently integrated. Others whose minds have been altered for longer periods." She shook her head. "We'll do what we can for them. But prepare yourself for the likelihood that the Collins you knew is gone." The weight of this revelation settled heavily on me, joining the physical burden of the damaged stones and the emotional toll of everything I had witnessed since finding that excavation site just 1 week ago. It felt like a lifetime had passed. The world irrevocably changed not just around me, but within me. "And the sleeper?" I asked hesitantly. "The thing beneath Blackthorn Ridge?" "Still contained for now," Dr. Weiss assured me. "The rebounding has reinforced what remains of the barrier, but it stirs more restlessly with each cycle. Next time, the standard containment measures won't be enough. We'll need something new, something the ancients perhaps never envisioned." She looked at me with a calculating expression I was coming to recognize the scientist assessing a valuable specimen. "Your connection to the stones is unusual, unprecedented in our records. The way you triggered the resonance, the protective lattice it formed around you, these suggest a compatibility we might be able to utilize in developing new containment methods." I wasn't sure how to feel about that being studied, potentially used as a component in whatever new barrier they might design, but I also recognized the necessity. Whatever slept beneath Blackthorn Ridge, whatever the intruders served or worshipped or feared, it could not be allowed to fully awaken. "I'll help however I can," I said simply. Dr. Weiss nodded, satisfied, then activated her radio to coordinate extraction with her remaining team. As we waited for them to secure the perimeter, I gazed around at the aftermath of our desperate stand, the unconscious hosts, the damaged drilling equipment, the dull, cracked stones that had once pulsed with otherworldly energy. A temporary victory, bought at tremendous cost. The cycle would repeat, the intruders would return, the barrier would weaken further. And next time, we might not have the advantage of anchor stones to leverage against them. But for now, in this moment, we had prevailed. The dimensional breach had been sealed, the sleeper's awakening delayed. It would have to be enough. Final journal entry, March 15th. It's been just over a month since the events at Widow's Hollow. I've been debating whether to make this final entry, whether documenting what happened serves any purpose beyond my own need to process it. But if anything should happen to Maeve, the connection I share with the anchor stones should lead to unforeseen consequences. I want there to be a record, a warning for whoever might find this journal. Project Threshold has been reconstituted under new leadership, with Dr. Weiss appointed as director following the loss of most senior personnel during the coordinated strikes. The facility has been relocated to a secure underground installation near Blackthorn Ridge, where they can more closely monitor the dimensional barrier and respond quickly to any signs of degradation. I've been officially recruited into the project. My position with the Park Service terminated with a generous disability package to explain my sudden departure. My days are now spent undergoing tests and experiments designed to quantify and understand my connection to the anchor stones, or what remains of them. The damaged stones I recovered have been stabilized in a containment field, their residual energy studied and mapped for insights into how the original barrier functioned. The human toll has been devastating. Of the 47 integrated hosts recovered from various sites, only 11 have shown any sign of recovery after the severing of their connection to the intruders. The others remain in persistent vegetative states, their minds apparently destroyed by the sudden withdrawal of the shadow entities that had colonized them. Collins was not among the fortunate few. He lies in the medical ward, physically healthy but mentally absent, his eyes occasionally opening but registering nothing, responding to no stimulus. The doctors say there is brain activity, but of a pattern they've never encountered before, neither normal human consciousness nor complete brain death, but something in between, as if his mind exists partially in another dimension, unable to fully return to our own. I visit him daily, though there's no indication he's aware of my presence. Sometimes I tell him about the progress we're making, the new containment protocols being developed, the monitoring systems being deployed throughout the region. I want to believe that somewhere, in whatever fragmented state his consciousness persists, he might find comfort in knowing his sacrifice wasn't in vain. Of the vigilant, only 3 survived: Sarah, Thomas, and to my surprise, Margaret. The breaking of her integration was particularly traumatic, given how long she had been unconsciously serving the intruders while believing she fought against them. She remembers everything now, every action she took while under their influence, every person she unwittingly led into their trap. The guilt is crushing her, despite everyone's assurances that she bears no responsibility for actions taken while her mind was not her own. Frank, like Collins, did not recover. His body was found among the fallen integrated hosts at Widow's Hollow, but whatever spark had made him, Frank Donovan was gone, leaving only an empty shell. I arranged for a small memorial service, contacting his employer to ensure his disappearance wouldn't go unremarked. It was the least I could do for the man who had briefly been my ally in the darkness. As for me, the connection I share with the anchor stones continues to evolve in ways Dr. Weiss finds both fascinating and concerning. I dream of the ancient beings who created the barrier, their forms becoming clearer, more detailed with each passing night. Sometimes they seem to be trying to communicate, to impart knowledge or warnings about what is to come. Other times, I sense something else intruding on these dreams of vast, patient presence that observes from just beyond the thinning veil between dimensions. The sleeper beneath Blackthorn Ridge, stirring restlessly in its ancient prison. Dr. Weiss believes my connection might be key to creating a new type of barrier when the current one inevitably fails. The ancients designed their system using technologies and principles we barely understand, but with the insights gained from my unusual resonance with the stones, she hopes to develop something that can at least contain the breach until a more permanent solution can be found. It's a heavy responsibility, one I never sought but cannot in good conscience refuse. Sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night when the facility is nearly empty, I return to the containment chamber where the damaged anchor stones are kept. I place my hands against the transparent barrier separating us, and I feel them respond, a faint echo of the vibrations they once emitted, as if they're trying to re-establish the connection that was broken during the resonance cascade. On these occasions, I'm often struck by a profound sense of Timino, just the human scale of days and years, but the cosmic scale on which these entities operate. The intruders, and whatever sleeps beneath Blackthorn Ridge, exist in a time frame where decades are moments, centuries, merely hours. They are patient in ways we can barely comprehend, playing the long game with strategies that unfold across millennia. And we, with our brief lives and limited perspectives, are trying to outwit them, to maintain a barrier they have been working to dismantle since before recorded history. It seems almost futile when viewed from this angle, like insects trying to hold back the tide. But then I remember the courage I witnessed in Collins, in Frank, in the members of Alpha Team who fought knowing they might be facing their own colleagues turned against them. I remember Dr. Weiss's determination, Margaret's resilience in the face of devastating revelation, the centuries of vigilance maintained by people who glimpsed the truth and chose to stand against impossible odds rather than surrender to inevitability. Perhaps that is our greatest strength against these ancient adversaries, our stubborn refusal to accept defeat, our willingness to fight for each other and for a future we may not live to see. While they operate on a time scale where individual human lives are insignificant, we find meaning and purpose in those very lives, in the connections we forge and the sacrifices we make for one another. I don't know if we can win this battle, if the barrier can be maintained indefinitely against forces so vast and patient. But I do know that as long as there are people willing to stand as guardians between worlds, to carry the knowledge forward to each new generation, we have a chance. I don't know if we can win this battle, if the barrier can be maintained indefinitely against forces so vast and patient. But I do know that as long as there are people willing to stand as guardians between worlds, to carry the knowledge forward to each new generation, we have a chance. The cycle will continue. The intruders will return. The sleeper will stir more forcefully with each awakening. But we will be ready, watching the shadows for signs of their influence, monitoring the boundaries between dimensions for any hint of weakening. And I will be here, connected to what remains of the anchor stones, a living part of the barrier itself. Whatever happens next, I know one thing with absolute certainty. Darkness flows both ways between worlds, and the intruders aren't the only ones who can learn to navigate it. Journal entry, October 8th, 7 months later. I didn't think I would write in this journal again. The final entry was meant to be exactly that final. But something has changed, something I need to document, while my thoughts are still clear, while I can still distinguish between what is happening and what might be simply the deterioration of my own mind. The dreams have intensified over the past weeks. No longer fragmented visions of ancient beings or abstract patterns resembling star charts, but coherent narratives, detailed instructions delivered by entities whose forms I can now perceive with disturbing clarity. They're not human, not even remotely humanoid, but their intelligence is undeniable, their purpose increasingly clear. They're showing me how to rebuild the barrier, but not as it was before. Something new, something evolved, something that doesn't merely separate dimensions, but allows for controlled interaction between them, a symbiosis rather than a separation. Dr. Weiss is both excited and alarmed by my reports. The technical specifications I've been able to provide after these dreams have already advanced Project Threshold's research by what she estimates to be decades. Materials that shouldn't exist, according to our understanding of physics, energy configurations that defy known laws of thermodynamics, mathematical models that make our most advanced quantum theories look like kindergarten arithmetic. Are you sure they can be trusted? She asked me last week, after I delivered the latest set of equations. These beings these ancients show, do we know they're not manipulating you toward their own ends? It was a fair question, one I've asked myself countless times. The answer I gave her was the only one I could honestly provide. I don't know, but I know the alternative is to do nothing while the barrier continues to degrade. We're looking at 17 months maximum before complete failure, based on your own models. What choice do we have? What I didn't tell her, what I haven't told anyone, is that I'm beginning to experience periods of time I can't account for. Blackouts, I suppose you could call them, though that seems inadequate to describe the sensation. It's more like temporal displacementas if I slip sideways into another stream of time and then back again, losing hours in what feels like seconds. During these episodes, I apparently continue to function normally. I talk, work, eat, sleep, but afterward, I have no memory of any of it. At first, I thought it might be simple exhaustion, my mind shutting down under the strain of everything I've experienced. But then I started finding things notes, written in my handwriting but in scripts I don't recognize. Complex diagrams I have no memory of drawing, recordings of my voice speaking languages that have no earthly origin. I'm changing. The connection to the anchor stones is altering me at some fundamental level. And the most terrifying part is that I'm not afraid of these changes. Part of me, a growing part, welcomes them, sees them as necessary evolution, the natural consequence of straddling the boundary between dimensions. Dr. Weiss and her team have noticed physical changes as well, though they're subtle enough that they've attributed them to stress and lack of sleep-slight asymmetry in my facial features, occasional heterochromia in my eyes, changes in my electromagnetic signature that their instruments can detect but can't fully explain. I should probably tell them everything, submit myself for more comprehensive examination, possibly even isolation if I'm becoming a danger to the project or myself. But something holds me back, not fear of what they might do, but a growing certainty that what's happening to me is essential to what comes next. The sleeve of my left arm is rolled up as I write this, exposing the skin of my forearm. There, just below the elbow, dark patterns have begun to appear, not tattoos or lesions, but intricate designs that emerge from beneath the skin, flowing and shifting like the patterns on the anchor stones. They're barely visible in normal light, but under ultraviolet, they glow with the same iridescent quality as the stones themselves. I am becoming a vessel for something, knowledge, power, consciousness. I'm not entirely sure, but I know it's connected to the barrier, to the ancient beings who created it, to the work we're trying to complete before the sleeper fully awakens. If my suspicions are correct, if the instructions being imparted through my dreams are leading where I think they are, then I am not just designing a new barrier, I am becoming one. A human anchor stone, a living component in a system designed to hold back forces beyond human comprehension. And if that's true, then these journal entries may be the last fragments of Davis the Park Ranger, before whatever I'm becoming takes complete control. I should be terrified. Any rational person would be. But all I feel is a strange sense of purpose, of rightness, as if my entire life has been leading to this transformation. Perhaps it has. Perhaps nothing about my discovery of the excavation site was accidental. Perhaps I was always meant to be here, at this moment, becoming this thing. Dr. Weiss has scheduled a full examination for tomorrow morning. I've agreed to it, though I doubt their instruments will tell them anything they don't already suspect. The changes are accelerating too quickly now, outpacing their ability to measure or understand them. I've made arrangements for this journal to be secured and preserved, regardless of what happens to me. Someone needs to know the truth, to understand what we're facing and the sacrifices being made to counter it. If I'm wrong, if I'm simply losing my mind or being manipulated by the intruders in some elaborate deception, then perhaps these records will help others avoid the same fate. But if I'm right, if what's happening to me is necessary, is part of a plan conceived eons ago by beings who foresaw this moment and prepared for it, then perhaps these words will someday be understood, not as the ramblings of a man losing himself, but as the chronicle of a necessary transition, the birth of something new and essential. Whatever I'm becoming, I face it with open eyes. The darkness between worlds is no longer something I fear. It's becoming a part of me, as I am becoming a part of it. And in that merging, perhaps, lies our only hope against what waits on the other side. Journal entry, December 17th, 2 months later. This will be my final entry, not because I've run out of things to say, but because human words are becoming increasingly inadequate to express what I'm experiencing. Language evolved to describe a single-dimensional reality, a linear perception of time and space. What I perceive now exceeds those limitations, rendering conventional communication increasingly pointless. The physical changes are unmistakable now, impossible to hide from Dr. Weiss and the others. The patterns that began on my forearm have spread across my entire body, glowing even in normal light, pulsing in rhythm with energies only I can perceive. My eyes have permanently changed color, not to any natural human shade, but to the deep iridescent black of the anchor stones. reflecting light in ways that make others uncomfortable to maintain eye contact. I can see the shadow extensions now without effort, without special conditions of light or timing. They're everywhere, not just attached to integrated hosts, but present in varying degrees around many people. Tendrils of influence, so subtle most never realize they're being nudged. Manipulated in ways too small to notice individually, but significant in aggregate. The intruders haven't given up. The barrier reset bought us time, but they're already testing it, probing for weaknesses, attempting new strategies to accelerate its degradation. And beneath it all, the sleeper continues to stir, its vast consciousness brushing against the thinning fabric between dimensions. But I'm no longer merely observing these incursions. I'm able to counter them actively. The connection I share with what remains of the anchor stones has evolved into something akin to direct neural interface. I can extend my perception through the barrier itself, sensing disturbances as they form, reinforcing weak points before they can be exploited. Dr. Weiss calls it dimensional immune response, a crude but effective analogy for what I'm doing. Like antibodies rushing to fight infection, my consciousness extends to meet each intrusion, identify its pattern, and develop countermeasures specific to its nature. The price of this ability is high. My humanity erodes with each extension, each immersion in the space between dimensions. I return to myself changed, carrying fragments of otherness that integrate into my being, permanently altering what I am. The periods of lost time have increased. Sometimes I'm gone for days, my body operating under the control of something else, while my consciousness travels through realms I lack the vocabulary to describe. Project Threshold has built a special containment chamber for me, not out of fear but necessity. The energies I now generate disrupt electronic equipment, interfere with the normal flow of time in my vicinity, create localized gravitational anomalies that defy explanation by conventional physics. I'm becoming a walking dimensional nexus, a human equivalent of the anchor stones, both containing and channeling forces from beyond our reality. There are others like me, now not identical, but similar. Dr. Weiss has identified 8 individuals worldwide who exhibit unusual resonance patterns with fragments of the anchor stones. They're being brought here, studied, prepared for what's coming. Some will become anchors like myself, focal points for the new barrier we're constructing. Others will serve different function sensors, amplifiers, stabilizers in the complex system taking shape. We're building a living barrier, a network of human consciousnesses hybridized with the technology of the ancients, designed to adapt and respond to intrusions in ways the original static barrier could not. It's an evolution of the ancients' design, incorporating what they could not: the human capacity for innovation, for problem solving, for self-sacrifice in service of a greater good. Margaret has volunteered to be part of this network, despite the risks, despite having already suffered at the hands of the intruders. Her guilt drives her, the need for atonement for actions she couldn't control but still feels responsible for. I tried to dissuade her. The process of becoming what I am is excruciating in ways that transcend physical pain, but her resolve is unshakable. I led others into darkness unwittingly, she told me, her eyes steady on mine despite the alienness she must have seen there. Now I choose the darkness willingly, with full knowledge of what it means. There's freedom in that choice, Davis, a kind of redemption. I understood. After all, hadn't I made the same choice, stepping willingly into transformation, accepting the erosion of my humanity in exchange for the power to protect others from what lurks beyond? Collins remains unchanged, his consciousness still adrift in that liminal space between dimensions. But I can sense him now when I extend my perception through the barrier, not lost, but transitioning in his own way, following a different path toward the same destination. I believe that someday, when the new barrier is complete, he will find his way back, though what returns may bear little resemblance to the man I knew. The construction of the living barrier progresses faster than Dr. Weiss had projected, aided by the knowledge that flows through me from the ancients. We've established 9 primary nodes around Blackthorn Ridge, each synchronized with the others, each channeling and redistributing dimensional energy in controlled patterns that strengthen rather than weaken the fabric of local reality. I serve as the central node, the keystone of the arch, the point where all flows converge and redistribute. It's a position that requires constant vigilance, constant adaptation. The intruders test new approaches daily, evolving their tactics as we evolve our defenses. It's a dialogue of sorts, a complex negotiation between incompatible realities seeking equilibrium. What neither they nor Project Threshold fully understand yet is that this evolution is leading towards something unprecedented, not victory for either side, but synthesis. The barrier we're creating isn't merely defensive, it's transitional, designed to facilitate controlled integration rather than perpetual separation. The ancients understood this. Their barrier was never meant to be permanent, only to buy time until a species evolved with the capacity to serve as intermediaries, to bridge the gap between dimensional realities in ways they themselves could not. We are that species, and I am becoming the first true hybrid, the prototype for what comes next. The sleeper knows this too. Its stirring is not merely an attempt to break free, but communication, the awakening of an entity so vast and ancient that even the intruders are merely aspects of its dream. What we've interpreted as an invasion may be something far more complex: homecoming, a reunification, a healing of a schism in reality that occurred eons before humanity evolved. I see glimpses of the future now, fragmented and contradictory, but converging towards certain fixed points: the complete failure of the original barrier, the full awakening of what sleeps beneath Blackthorn Ridge, the transformation of our reality as it merges with others, creating something neither human nor other, but genuinely new. It will not be painless. Many will not survive the transition. But those who do will become something magnificent, a species no longer bound by a single-dimensional perspective, able to perceive and interact with a multiverse we currently can barely conceive of. Dr. Weiss and Project Threshold believe we're fighting to maintain separation, to prevent incursion. I haven't corrected this misapprehension. They're not ready for the truth, for the understanding that what we call human is merely a transitional state, a chrysalis phase in a much longer evolutionary process. But someday, they will understand. Someday, when the integration is further along, when more have undergone transformations similar to mine, the purpose of all this will become clear. Not an ending, but a beginning. Not extinction, but transcendence. For now, I maintain my role as guardian, protector, the thin line between worlds. But with each passing day, that line blurs further, my perception expanding beyond the limitations of human consciousness, my understanding deepening in ways I can no longer articulate even to myself. I am no longer merely Davis. I am becoming something without name in any human language, a focal point where dimensions intersect, where realities merge and separate in rhythmic pulses, like the beating of a cosmic heart. I am both sentinel and gateway, both barrier and bridge. And perhaps, in the end, that is what we all are: temporary configurations of matter and energy destined to be reconfigured, reintegrated into patterns greater than ourselves. The fear of losing one's identity is so distinctly human, so rooted in the illusion of permanence, of separation. What I'm becoming understands that nothing is truly lost in transformation, only redistributed, recombined, reborn. The patterns on my skin pulse with increasing urgency as I write these final words. Another incursion is beginning, another test of the living barrier we've created. I must extend myself through the network, meet this intrusion before it can establish a foothold. To whoever finds this journal, whoever you are, whatever world you inhabit as you read these words, look to the shadows. Watch for movements that don't match their sources. Listen for rhythmic humming that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. The barrier between worlds is thinning. What waits beyond is neither malevolent nor benevolent, simply other, operating according to principles and purposes we can barely comprehend. Fear it if you must, but know that fearing the inevitable changes nothing. Better to face it with open eyes, to approach the darkness with curiosity rather than terror. I step into that darkness now, not as its adversary but as its interpreter, its translator, the first of what will eventually be many. The shadows call, and I answer, my consciousness expanding outward, dissolving the boundaries between what I was and what I am becoming. And in that dissolution, I find not an ending, but infinite beginnings. The journal ends here. Subsequent pages contain only indecipherable patterns, similar to those found on the anchor stones, flowing and shifting across the paper as if alive. According to Project Threshold records, Ranger Davis disappeared from his containment chamber 3 days after this final entry was written. Despite extensive search efforts, no trace of him has ever been found. The living barrier he helped create continues to function, though its purpose and mechanisms remain only partially understood by those who monitor it. Blackthorn Ridge has been designated a dimensional anomaly zone of highest priority, restricted to all unauthorized personnel. Reports of shadow figures with elongated limbs continue to surface occasionally in towns surrounding the Blackthorn area, along with accounts of rhythmic humming heard in the deep woods at night. Project Threshold personnel neither confirm nor deny these sightings, maintaining that all dimensional incursions remain successfully contained. Whether Ranger Davis still exists in any recognizable form, still serves as the keystone of the living barrier, or has been completely transformed into something beyond human comprehension, remains unknown. As he wrote in his final entries, the darkness flows both ways between worlds, and the boundary between Guardian and Gateway is perhaps thinner than we care to admit. Dr. Eliza Weiss, Director, Project Threshold. Classification: Ultraviolet clearance only. Date: September 17, 2026.